Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Monique. My day begins the way the worst endings always do, suddenly and without apology. I'm standing in the middle of my kindergarten classroom, clutching a stack of macaroni art and finger-painted "I love you" cards, when Principal Dorsey clears her throat behind me. Her voice is clipped and tight, the kind of voice that prepares you for bad news, dressed in professional clothing. We're closing down for the summer, effective immediately. Her tone makes it sound like she's informing me of the weather, not unraveling 5 years of my life. I blink. Wait, what? The school board pulled funding last minute. We lost the lease. I'm so sorry, Monique. She says it like she's practiced it in the mirror, like maybe she's said it 5 times already this morning, and now it's lost all flavor. My throat is dry. I look at the tiny desks, the cubbies labeled with glittery names, the rainbows on the walls that I cut out by hand with safety scissors and too much hope. I think about my students, sweet, sticky-fingered chaos in the shape of tiny humans. They're going to come back from their field trip, expecting juice boxes and story time, and instead find a locked door. I don't. My mouth won't catch up to the panic running marathons in my brain. There's no severance, she says quickly, avoiding my eyes now. Just your final check. Human Resources is emailing everyone by end of day. I nod, even though I haven't absorbed anything. There's a dull, staticky noise in my ears that sounds suspiciously like the sound your heart makes when it folds in on itself. That's it. No warning, no goodbyes. Just like that. The part of me that felt steady, the part that had a purpose every morning at 6:15 a.m. sharp, is gone. I walk out of the building carrying a single box filled with broken crayons, construction paper, and a ceramic ladybug that says, #1 teacher. A gift from a child who finally said his first full sentence in my class last year. I cried for 20 minutes in the supply closet that day. Now I just want to cry again, but I don't. Outside, the June sun is mocking me with its brightness. The breeze is too light. Birds chirp with a kind of delusional optimism I can't relate to. My car is hotter than hell when I slide inside, the leather seats branding the back of my thighs. I rest the box on the passenger seat, fold my hands around the steering wheel, and exhale. Just breathe. I've got 2 months of rent saved, a fridge full of expired yogurt, and absolutely no plan. Perfect. And as if the universe hadn't already gotten its laugh for the day, my phone pings with a calendar reminder that reads, Drew's wedding, Saturday, 4 p.m. I swipe it away so fast I nearly fling the phone out the window. Of course. Of course, my emotionally constipated ex-fiancé is marrying a woman who giggles like a woodland fairy and thinks boundaries are restrictive. He wanted someone soft, someone manageable. I was too much for him, too opinionated, too passionate, too loud. His words, not mine. It should make me feel better, being left for an inflatable blonde mannequin with Pinterest dreams, but mostly it just makes me feel tired. Back home, I spend the next 12 hours alternately applying to every summer gig I can find and deep cleaning my kitchen like it's a therapy session. I bake 3 loaves of banana bread I don't want to eat, reorganize my spice rack by mood, and alphabetize my sticky note collection. Now I feel lost. It's not just the job. It's the fact that I don't know who I am without it. The next morning, I'm halfway through writing a cover letter for a private tutoring agency when my phone buzzes. Unknown number. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something in my gut whispers, "Answer it." "Hello." "Miss Montgomery?" The voice is sharp, brisk, and female. "This is Geneva Caldwell, executive assistant to Mr. Gabriel Laurent. Your resume was forwarded to us through your school's alumni network." I blink. "Wait, the Gabriel Laurent?" "The same," she replies coolly. "Mr. Laurent is currently seeking a live-in nanny for his daughter, Amelia. The position is temporary but pays well. Due to the sensitivity of the household, discretion and professionalism are imperative. Would you be available for an interview today?" I sit up straighter. Yes, absolutely." "Good. You'll be picked up at noon. Dress conservatively." Then she hangs up. No address. No confirmation. No thank you, just click. I stare at my phone. Did that actually just happen? A live-in nanny? For the billionaire who once told Forbes magazine he doesn't believe in emotional indulgences? But this is a job. A real job, with a child, a home, and maybe a chance to find my footing again. At 11:59 sharp, a black SUV pulls up outside my apartment. The driver doesn't speak. He just nods and opens the door for me. The ride is smooth and quiet, winding through the hills of Belcourt Heights, where glass mansions perch like watchful gods over the city below. When we arrive, I swear I stop breathing for a full 5 seconds. The Laurent estate looks like it was designed by an architect with a grudge against joy. All clean lines, polished stone, and intimidating gates. It's beautiful in that brutal, clinical way, like a sculpture you're afraid to touch. I'm led to a grand foyer where the ceilings stretch forever and everything smells faintly of lemon and expensive silence. And then he appears. Gabriel Laurent, all 6 foot something of cold corporate perfection. His shirt is white and pressed within an inch of its life, sleeves rolled just enough to expose his forearms, but not too much. His hair is dark, his jaw sharp, his presence arresting in a way that makes my heart hiccup before my brain catches up. His eyes land on me like I'm an unexpected audit. "Monique Montgomery," he says, voice low and almost bored. "You're early." I smile, lifting my chin. "Traffic was light. I figured I'd take the win where I could, and your driver came to pick me up ahead of time." He doesn't return it. He gestures for me to follow. The interview is tense. He asks questions like he's carving them from stone. I answer them with practiced warmth, trying not to flinch under his gaze. When I mention my degree in childhood development and trauma-informed care, his jaw ticks. "Amelia doesn't need fixing," he says flatly. "I wasn't implying she did," I reply gently. "I'm just here to support. Kids sometimes need soft places to land." He doesn't answer that. Eventually, he stands. "If hired, you'll move in immediately. My assistant will send the NDA. Amelia's schedule is strict. You'll adhere to it. And you'll stay out of my business." "Got it." As I leave, I catch a glimpse of her. Amelia, tiny, quiet, curled at the top of the staircase like a question mark. Her hair is wild and unbrushed, eyes wide and solemn. She doesn't speak, doesn't wave, but she watches me. And something in that look, it hits me square in the chest. It's the look of a child who's already been left behind once too often. I lift my hand and wave softly. She doesn't move, but she doesn't look away either. That's the beginning of everything.
Chapter 2. Gabriel. The silence hits me harder than usual after she leaves. It's not that the house is ever loud. It's designed for quiet, optimized for stillness. Triple pane glass, soundproofing, no children's toys cluttering corners. Even Amelia's room is muted in color and arrangement by her choice, not mine. But tonight, the silence hums with static, like her voice is still echoing against the walls long after she's gone. I shut the door to the library with a click and turn toward my office, trying to shake off the ripple she left in her wake. It's just a hire. Temporary. Functional. I've done it dozens of times. Nannies, therapists, tutors, specialized behavioral coaches. Amelia's care is a curated operation, one I fund meticulously and audit often. But this one feels different. She's different, and I don't like different. I open my laptop, diving into a backlog of acquisition reports to distract myself, but my mind keeps wandering. It's not her resume. That was solid. Her demeanor, too calm, bright, warm, unfazed by the house, the questions, or me. No, what lingers is something harder to quantify. It's the way she looked at the staircase when she left, like she saw a ghost. It's the fact that she didn't flinch when I was cold. She flinched when I was dismissive of my daughter. And I hate that I noticed. My phone buzzes beside me. Geneva. She'll start tomorrow. Contract signed and NDA acknowledged. Should I prepare the guest suite? I type back. Prepare Amelia's wing. She'll stay in the nanny quarters adjacent. Geneva responds with a polite, understood. But I can almost hear the disapproval she's too loyal to voice. I close the laptop. My eyes burn. I've been up since 4. A run would help. This is one of the perks of working at home, especially during summer. Running will be a nice way to unwind. Instead, I pour 2 fingers of scotch and sit in the armchair near the window, overlooking the terrace. The lights of the city stretch below like scattered gold coins. From up here, the world looks orderly, contained. From down there, everything is chaos. A flash of memory tugs at me. The look on Amelia's face the night Evelyn left. The absence of sound. The stubborn, aching silence that followed. She clung to me, not crying, not speaking. Just breathing like she might forget how if I let go. That silence never left. I drink. The world expects things from me. Deals, domination, discipline. The idea of parenting in a way that requires softness. I've never mastered it. I can give Amelia the best of everything. I have. But she remains a stranger in her own story, guarded and quiet, as if speaking risks, inviting ghosts. And maybe she's not wrong. I stand and move toward the hallway that leads to her room. The walls here are blank, no pictures, no fingerprints, no chaos. Nothing to suggest a child lives here. Everything about this house looks as untouched as it did when I first bought it. The next morning begins like every other, 4 miles on the treadmill. A cold shower, black espresso, 1 email from legal about the PR cleanup. Evelyn's latest rumor is requiring. Another from the board requesting a review of my public visibility. And then Geneva knocks. She's here, she says simply. Amelia's in the observatory with her therapist. I nod. Geneva pauses before leaving. Also, Miss Montgomery has arrived an hour ago. She's waiting. Should I inform her of the house rules, or will you? I glance up from my tablet. I'll handle it. I find Monique in the kitchen. She's unpacking a small box of items, books, an apron, a ceramic mug that says, "Kindness is magic" in swirly pink letters. The room smells like lemon and sugar. There's a mixing bowl on the counter. A tray of unbaked muffins sits beside it. She's humming. Like this is normal. Like she hasn't just stepped into the hollow skeleton of a house that hasn't known real life in years. You're baking, I say flatly. She turns, flashing that same disarming smile. Muffins, orange and cranberry. I didn't know what Amelia likes, but I figured citrus was a safe bet. I took the liberty to bake, and of course I asked the chef. He said it's fine. Did you review the orientation packet? I ask, crossing my arms. Of course, you're very thorough. Her eyes twinkle, teasing. And a little intense, but don't worry, I'm good at rules. She wipes her hands and steps closer, but not too close. She seems to understand proximity instinctively, like she can sense I need space even when I don't say it. "You don't have to worry, Mr. Laurent," she says softly. "I'm not here to disrupt your life. I'm here for Amelia." There's something in her tone that pulls at a part of me I've long kept locked away. "I don't care what you're here for," I declare. "Just do the job." She tilts her head. "And if I do it too well?" I blink. "What?" She shrugs. "Some people don't like it when someone brings change. I don't like disruption." "Disruption isn't always bad," she says, her voice like silk in sunlight. "Sometimes it's just a different kind of growth." She turns back to the muffins, humming again, as if she didn't just speak prophecy in my marble kitchen. I leave before I say something I'll regret, but the scent of orange and cranberry clings to me the entire walk back to my office. That night, I pass Amelia's room again. The light is off, the door slightly cracked, but now there's another sticky note on the nanny suite. I think this place just needs more warmth. But I'll start with muffins. M. I stare at it. Without thinking, I peel it off and fold it, quarter by quarter, into my pocket.
Chapter 3. Monique. The walls aren't blank exactly, but they feel that way. Painted in elegant neutrals, lined with art that probably cost more than my entire college tuition. The house is stunning. Museum-level stunning. Architecturally magnificent. Soul-crushingly silent. It's the kind of space where you can hear yourself think too clearly. This morning, I woke up to silence. No cartoons playing from a distant room. No footsteps. No doors slamming. No giggles. Not even the sound of toast popping. The house is so still it feels frozen in time, like everyone inside it has forgotten how to be alive. So I bake, again. Because baking is breathing for me. A quiet, simple act that says, something good is coming. I set a tray of muffins out to cool and clean the kitchen before heading down the long corridor Geneva directed me to last night. The nanny suite is tucked in its own corner of the house, adjoining Amelia's wing, separated by a small reading nook with oversized windows and a dusty bookshelf that looks like no one's touched it in years. I pause when I spot it. A single book, pulled halfway out from the top shelf like it was yanked in haste. I tug it the rest of the way out and blow off the thin film of dust. The Secret Garden. My fingers instinctively skim the cover, the spines well worn. Pages dog-eared in that way only a child could manage. The kind of damage that means love, not neglect. I set it aside. Later, maybe. For now, I have a 6-year-old to meet. Amelia's room is at the end of the hall. The door is cracked, just a sliver. I don't knock. Kids can be jumpy when they're not ready for you to enter their space. But I do announce myself. "Hey, Amelia. It's Miss Monique. Just checking in." No answer. I press my palm gently against the door, nudging it open. The room is immaculate. No stuffed animals scattered across the bed, no posters, no chaos. Everything in place, like someone was afraid of making a mess or afraid they weren't allowed to. Amelia sits in the far corner on a window seat, knees drawn up to her chest, holding a doll loosely in her hands. Her gaze is fixed out the window, but I know she's aware of me. Her shoulders tense just enough when I step inside. I move slowly, like approaching a deer. "May I come in?" No answer. I take her silence as a tentative yes and sit cross-legged on the rug, halfway between the door and her. Neutral territory. The silence stretches, but I let it. Kids with trauma don't open up because you fill the space with noise. They open up because you teach them. Silence doesn't have to mean absence. I pick up a small pillow nearby, a star-shaped one with sequins on one side, and begin tracing patterns into it. I don't talk. I just breathe. Let her watch me. Let her decide if I'm worth engaging with. After a few minutes, I feel her eyes on me. I glance up. She's still holding the doll, but now the doll's facing me. Progress. I smile softly. She's pretty. What's her name? A blink. That's all I get, but she's still looking. She looks like she might like muffins. I made some, orange cranberry. I pat my belly. I've already had 2. I may be in danger of exploding. That earns me the smallest flicker of something at the corner of her mouth. Not a smile. Not quite. But an almost. I lean forward, voice conspiratorial. Want me to save her one? Amelia blinks again. Slow. Deliberate. Surprisingly, she nods. Barely. My throat tightens. I'll bring it after lunch, I whisper. But only if she promises not to share it with anyone grumpy. A longer pause. Then Amelia's head tilts to the side, and I realize she's mimicking me. Okay, little girl, I see you. I stay for another 10 minutes, letting her adjust to me being in her space. I don't press, I just exist with her. That's what she needs. Presence, not pressure. When I finally stand to go, I wave at the doll. I'll be back later with a muffin, and maybe a story. She doesn't wave back, but I catch the tiniest motion of her fingers against the doll's dress. I'll take it. By late afternoon, I've already begun my campaign to bring warmth into this house in subtle, non-attack form ways. Fresh-cut sunflowers in a mason jar on the kitchen island. An old jazz record, playing softly from my Bluetooth speaker, tucked behind a potted plant. Sticky notes. Yes, I left another one, this time on the fridge. Hydration is power. Drink water. Even you, suit man. M. No one's acknowledged it, but it's still there. Gabriel hasn't shown his face all day, and I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed. There's something about him that sets my nervous system into a low-level buzz, like standing too close to a thunderstorm. You don't hear the lightning, but you feel it. At dinner, Amelia surprises me. She appears in the dining room before I can call her, dressed in a soft pink dress with cloud-patterned socks. Her curls are still slightly wild, but her eyes are clearer. She sits, silent. I set her plate down with a flourish. 1 gourmet grilled cheese, triangles, no crust, accompanied by roasted sweet potato stars, hand cut with love and a cookie cutter. I wait. She studies the plate like it might explode. Very slowly, she picks up a star and nibbles. 10 minutes later, the plate is half empty. Victory. I don't push conversation. I don't ask her questions she can't or won't answer. I just eat beside her, hum under my breath, let her see I'm not waiting for her to perform. And as I'm cleaning up, I feel her hand tug at my sleeve. My heart trips. I turn, crouching slightly. Yes, baby? She doesn't speak, but she presses the doll into my hand, and I realize she's letting me hold her person. My chest tightens. I nod, like this is the most normal thing in the world. I'll keep her safe until bedtime, deal? Amelia nods once, then scurries away. Later, I find a sticky note on my pillow. She likes you. A. It's shaky, clearly written with the effort, but unmistakably hers. I press it to my chest. It makes my eye teary, and I can't help but cry. Quietly, with gratitude. Sometimes the first word a child speaks to you doesn't come out of their mouth. It comes from the place they've been too afraid to hope again. And sometimes you don't need a voice to be heard.
Chapter 4. Gabriel. I don't like noticing things I didn't authorize. I especially don't like noticing things that make me feel. Yet here I am, standing at the threshold of the breakfast nook at 6 p.m, staring at a mason jar filled with sunflowers. Sunflowers in my home, on my table, like my house is some charming French cottage and not a fortress of polished stone and silence. I should throw them out. Instead, I stand there longer than I want to admit, arms crossed, trying to summon irritation. That's the emotion I'm used to. It's safe, predictable. But irritation doesn't come. Confusion, maybe. Something prickling just behind my ribs. It's not just the flowers. It's the faint hum of something low and jazzy playing somewhere in the distance. Barely audible. Not loud enough to violate my rules, but noticeable all the same. Like my house is clearing its throat for the first time in years. I take a breath. Geneva texts me a reminder about the quarterly board call I pushed back for the third time. I type a terse confirmation and slide the phone into my pocket before moving down the hall toward Amelia's room. I always check in on her before bed, even if she doesn't speak, even if she barely looks at me. I still show up. When I arrive, the doors open wider than usual. There's a faint scent of vanilla in the air, familiar and out of place. I pause just outside the room. Amelia is curled up on the window seat, the doll Monique mentioned in her nanny profile nestled against her chest. She's looking at something in her lap. A book. The Secret Garden. My chest tightens. That was her mother's favorite when she was a girl. I haven't seen it in years, not since Amelia was a toddler, before Evelyn. No, I won't think about her, but the book, it's open. And Amelia's finger is tracing the edge of a page like she's trying to understand something she can't say out loud. I lean against the doorway. She still hasn't noticed me. Slowly, she lifts her head. Our eyes meet. She doesn't flinch. Usually she looks away first, or hides her face, or curls tighter into herself. Not this time. This time she holds my gaze for 3 full seconds, then nods. A single cautious, measured nod. I don't speak, I just nod back. And for a moment something lifts in my chest. Something terrifying. Hope. I leave before it becomes too real. When I pass the kitchen, she's there, Monique, dancing. Not dramatically. Just a little sway of her hips as she stands at the counter, washing dishes and humming along to the music, now playing more boldly. The sleeves of her oversized sweater are rolled to her elbows, her curls piled high in a messy bun, a smear of flour still dusting her cheek. She's made herself comfortable. Too comfortable. Are you always this animated? I ask, stepping into the doorway. She turns, startled but not embarrassed. That's rare. Most people recoil when they realize I've been watching them. Monique just grins. I come from a family of women who talk with their hands and dance through their feelings, she says, drying a plate. It's in the DNA. You should see my sister's kitchen at Thanksgiving. It's basically a Beyoncé concert with yams. I raise a brow. Is there a reason you've redecorated my home? She gestures to the sunflowers. They're not redecorations, they're reminders. That joy is allowed here. I didn't ask for joy. She pauses. No, but maybe someone else in this house needs it. The implication sits between us like an open secret. I should tell her to stop, to tone it down, to keep the music off and the sunshine out of my space. But instead I say nothing. Because she's right. Amelia was different today. She ate. She looked at me. She didn't hide. And Monique, she did that. Not with pressure, not with performative sympathy, just with presence. Amelia left a note, I say abruptly. For you, on your pillow. Monique freezes. She wrote something? I nod once. Her smile is immediate, luminous, blinding. Thank you for telling me. Her voice is softer now, touched by awe. You're welcome. I should leave. I have calls to take, reports to finish. I don't loiter. But I don't move. She turns back to the sink, washing the last dish, and I find myself watching her hands. They move with practiced grace, like she's done this 1,000 times and never considered it mundane. Like caring for things, people, plates, children, is a kind of reverence for her. I don't understand people like that, but I'm starting to wish I did. Your kitchen has terrible lighting, by the way, she says suddenly, breaking the silence. I mean, it's beautiful. Very sterile chic. But you can't see what color your muffins are when they're done. They could be raw and you'd never know. You're not here to critique my architecture. No, I'm here to love your daughter, she says, but bad lighting offends me on a spiritual level. I stare at her, unsure if I want to laugh or fire her. Instead, I say, I'll consider dimmer switches. She gasps, mock offended. Dimmer switches? I'm talking about a kitchen skylight and you give me dimmer switches? I'm startled when a chuckle escapes me. It's rusty, unused. I cough, trying to cover it up. Her eyes flick to mine, triumphant. See, you're not a robot. You do have a soul in there. I narrow my eyes. Debatable. She grabs a dish towel and tosses it at me. It hits my chest and slides to the floor. I should be annoyed, but instead I feel awake, and I haven't felt that in years.
Chapter 5. Monique. By day 3, I realized this house isn't just emotionally barren. It's allergic to comfort. There's no softness here. Not in the sofas that feel like they were chosen for magazine spreads rather than naps. Not in the art that's all stark lines and tension. And definitely not in Gabriel himself, who walks around like he's carved from principle and caffeine. But Amelia? She's starting to bloom. Not in loud, splashy ways. No sudden bursts of chatter or leaps into my arms. But she lingers longer in the same room with me now. She finishes her food instead of picking at it. She brushes her own curls. Not well, but it's a start. And yesterday, she smiled. A real one. Lopsided, crooked, a little suspicious. It broke something open in me I didn't know was closed. So today, I decide it's time to escalate my domestic rebellion. Operation Subtle Joy Bombing. I start by leaving a stack of pastel sticky notes on the kitchen island. Not for anyone in particular, just there, an invitation. On the top one, I scrawl, "Today's reminder, you are not a robot. Drink water, stretch, unclench your jaw, M." Below it, a doodle of a frowning coffee cup lifting weights. Clearly my best artistic work. I also swap out the cold, soulless hand towels in the downstairs powder room for ones that say good vibes only and wash your damn hands. Is it a little extra? Absolutely. Do I care? Not even a little. By mid-morning, I've moved to the sunroom, my favorite space so far. It's one of the few rooms that feels like it wants to be lived in. Tall windows, a slightly worn window seat, a plant that looks vaguely alive, and a quiet energy that makes it perfect for what I have in mind. I spread out a blanket and set up a mini art station, construction paper, crayons, safety scissors, glitter glue, the whole sparkly shebang. Amelia tiptoes in 20 minutes later, barefoot and curious. She stops in the doorway like she's unsure if she's allowed. I pat the blanket. Craft party, no dress code, no rules except no glue in your hair. She pads in slowly, like a kitten testing new ground. Her eyes scan the supplies, then flick to mine. I hand her a sheet of purple paper. Want to make a sun? She doesn't speak, but she sits. For the next hour, we cut and glue and draw in silence, our knees bumping sometimes, her concentration fierce and fragile. She doesn't look up much, but when she does, it's always to see if I'm still there. And I am. I always will be. At one point, I slide over a sticky note. You make beautiful things, just like the sun. She reads it, then carefully presses it into the center of her paper sun. Later, when she takes the artwork upstairs, her fingers curl delicately around the edges. I feel like I've just been handed a secret, a wordless promise. That night, I find another note on my bathroom mirror, not mine. I like the purple one best, A. It's crooked, the handwriting shaky, but I know who wrote it, and I sink to the floor and press my hand over my heart because Amelia wrote to me. It's the first time she's ever responded to my words in writing. She doesn't need to speak yet. Her voice is already finding ways out. I fall asleep with that note under my pillow. The next morning, I bump into Gabriel. Literally. I'm rounding the corner from the kitchen with a tray of blueberry pancakes, dancing slightly to the beat of whatever throwback soul song is playing in my earbuds, when I slam chest first into a wall of human muscle and precision. The tray tilts. He steadies it before it falls, his hand gripping mine for just a second too long. My heart skips, then skids, then full-on free falls. "Good morning," I say breathlessly, trying not to notice how absurdly good he smells. Expensive, clean, like bergamot, leather, and restraint. He raises an eyebrow. "Dancing again?" "It helps digestion," I quip, stepping around him. "You should try it sometime." His lips twitch, almost a smile, I think, but then he nods to the tray. "Is that for Amelia?" "Yes, she likes blue things now. Or so I've been told by her new best friend, sticky note Monique." His eyes soften just a fraction. "She left you one last night." I beam. "I saw." "She doesn't do that," he says. "Ever." "I know." There's a beat of silence. Then two. He watches me like I'm a riddle he's trying to solve, or maybe a disruption he's too tired to stop. "Thank you," he says finally. It's quiet, unadorned, raw. I don't tease him. I don't make a joke. I just nod. Anytime. And then I carry the pancakes upstairs, heart thudding a little too fast for this early in the day. Because something is shifting, not just with Amelia, but with him. And I don't know how to deal with that. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Gabriel. There's a cupcake on my desk, not metaphorically. Not metaphor-laced, hint at emotional vulnerability style. No, an actual, edible, sugar-dusted cupcake. Sitting precisely in the center of my glass workspace as if it belongs there wrapped in gingham paper, topped with a swirl of frosting that's entirely too cheerful. I stare at it like it's a grenade. It doesn't move, doesn't detonate, but it mocks me just the same. Geneva knocks twice before opening the door, her brows rising the moment she spots the baked anomaly. Should I ask? Don't. Very well, she replies smoothly. The quarterly pitch decks are ready for review, and Mr. Choi from Talia Tech rescheduled. Again, I've moved your follow-up to Thursday morning. I nod once, still eyeing the cupcake like it's a trap. After Geneva leaves, I sit down, open my laptop, and pretend I'm not aware of the pastry's presence. I last 10 minutes. Then I pick it up and throw it in the trash. Immediately I regret it. Not because I wanted the cupcake, not because I'm craving sugar or soft things, but because I realize what it was. A message, not one written in ink or spoken aloud, just left, like a placeholder, a reminder. Monique Montgomery is the kind of woman who communicates with muffins and sticky notes. And now, apparently, cupcakes. She bakes comfort into being, offers joy like oxygen. She's slowly infusing my house, my fortress of logic, and edges with warmth I never asked for, and don't know what to do with. The problem is, it's working. I shut my laptop with more force than necessary and push back from my desk. My thoughts are fractured today, unfocused. I've read the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing a single number. My mornings are usually sacred, quiet, controlled, but today all I can hear is faint music in the distance, soft footsteps overhead, a laugh, hers from the hallway. It filters through the air like sunshine through cracks I didn't know existed. I move to the window, hoping the view will ground me. It doesn't, because from this angle I can see her. She's in the courtyard, barefoot, twirling in a slow circle with Amelia in the middle of the stone path, hands joined, curls flying. They're spinning, not fast, not dizzying, just gently, as if the world forgot how heavy it is for a moment. Amelia's dress catches the breeze, so does her laugh. Her laugh, my heart stutters. She's laughing. It's not just a smile, not just a scribbled note or a nod. It's a sound I haven't heard in almost 2 years. I watch, stunned. Monique lifts Amelia's arms above her head and twirls her like a tiny ballerina. They both tumble into a heap on the grass, giggling. Monique pulls a daisy from the edge of the flower bed and tucks it behind Amelia's ear. And that's when she looks up, straight at the window, straight at me. She doesn't wave, doesn't nod. She just holds my gaze for a second too long. I step back, irrationally startled, like I've been caught doing something I shouldn't. Like watching my own daughter smile is suddenly an act of emotional trespassing. I close the blinds, hard. But the damage is already done. She saw me. And worse, I let her. That evening, I find another cupcake. This one's on the entry table in the hallway. It has a note. For when control tastes like cardboard, try joy instead. I almost laugh. Almost. Instead, I walk straight to the kitchen, peel the wrapper off, and eat it over the sink like a man hiding evidence. It's good. The lemon frosting has a kick. Bright. Unexpected. Balanced by a honey sweetness that lingers even after I swallow. I stare at the empty wrapper, torn between indignation and awe. She's invading my sanctuary, one bite at a time. Later, I find Amelia curled up on the sunroom sofa with her sketchpad. I almost walk past, but something in her posture stops me. She's drawing, not just doodling, but actually focused, intent. I glance over her shoulder. 2 stick figures, one tall, one with curly hair, both inside what appears to be a house with hearts around it. I kneel beside her. "Who's that?" I ask quietly. She doesn't answer, but she places her finger on the taller one, then the other, then draws a third, smaller, and writes a letter under each. M-A-G, Monique. Amelia, Gabriel. My initials. My daughter's. Hers. My throat closes. I sit beside her on the floor, shoulder to shoulder, and for a long time we say nothing. But when I reach for a colored pencil to draw a sun in the top corner of her picture, Amelia doesn't stop me. She hands me the yellow one, and my chest cracks open just a little wider.
Chapter 7. Monique. It's after midnight and the house should be asleep. The lights are dim, the air thick with quiet. Even the marble floors beneath my bare feet feel like they're holding their breath. Amelia's long since gone to bed, curled beneath a blanket of stars I hung from her ceiling on a whim. Glow in the dark, a trick my grandmother taught me when I was little and scared of the dark. She whispered then, "If you put light where the monsters live, they forget how to scare you." I think of that now as I pad through the hallway, sleepless and restless. My chest is too full. Of what? I don't know. Maybe Amelia's laugh, still ringing in my ears. Maybe the look Gabriel gave me this morning, not cold, not irritated. Curious. I don't know what to make of it. So I wander. Through the quiet library, where the shelves stretch up like they're guarding secrets. Through the glass-walled lounge that overlooks the terrace, moonlight spilling across polished stone like it's trying to soften the edges of this place. And then I hear it. Music. Low, haunting, achingly human. I freeze, half convinced I'm dreaming, but it continues. Slow, rich notes tumbling down like water over rocks. Not a song I recognize, not something rehearsed. It sounds like confession. I follow it on instinct, my heart a quiet drum in my chest. The music is coming from behind the doors of the West Wing, an area I haven't ventured into yet. Geneva mentioned Gabriel's quarters were there. I haven't had a reason to explore, until now. The door is cracked just enough to tempt curiosity, and that's when I see him. Gabriel Laurent, sitting at a black grand piano, in a room that smells of wood and whiskey and winter. He's wearing a black t-shirt, casual, wrinkled, so unlike his usual armor of starch and precision. His back is to me, his head bowed. His fingers move like they've forgotten the world exists, like each keystroke is an exhale he hasn't allowed himself to take until now. The music rises, swells, then dips into something slower, sadder, a melody that sounds like memory. I can't move. I can barely breathe. Because this man, the man who signs emails with periods and stares like punishment, is playing the piano like he's begging someone who isn't listening to forgive him. It's beautiful, and it's breaking me. I should leave. But I don't, because it's the first time I've seen him real, unfiltered. No mask, no boardroom coldness or sarcastic jabs. Just a man, alone in a house too quiet, pouring his soul into strings and ivory. He stops abruptly. The silence that follows is crushing. Then, his voice. I assume you've been standing there long enough to have questions. It's even, calm, but there's something underneath it. A tremor he doesn't let through. I step into the room like I'm approaching a wild thing that might bolt. I wasn't spying. You don't need to lie. I wasn't. I pause. I couldn't sleep. His head tilts, but he doesn't turn to face me. And wandering the house in the dark seemed like the logical solution. I prefer spontaneous night walks over counting sheep. He lets out a slow breath. Of course you do. I move closer, drawn to the piano despite myself. You play beautifully. Don't romanticize it. I'm not. I'm appreciating it. He's still staring at the keys. His profile is sharp, his jaw tense. But his hands, those ruthless hands that negotiate billion-dollar deals and slam doors in silence, tremble slightly in his lap. I gesture to the piano bench. May I? He hesitates, then nods. I sit beside him, careful to leave space. Enough to be polite, not enough to feel like rejection. He doesn't move, doesn't speak. So I do. My mom played guitar, badly. She used to sing off-key lullabies while I painted butterflies on her arms in washable marker. He looks over finally, just a flick of his gaze. But it feels like heat when it lands. Amelia is going to remember this music, I say softly. Even if she never hears you play again, she'll remember the sound, the way the walls softened. I don't play for her. You should. His jaw tightens. Music isn't safe. That catches me off guard. How so? He doesn't answer right away, then. Because it makes me feel, my breath catches. Not because it's profound, but because it's honest. Painfully, sharply honest. And I understand. I know what it's like to avoid the very thing that might crack you wide open. Feeling isn't weakness, I whisper. No, he says, but it's inconvenient. We sit there in silence. And maybe it should feel uncomfortable, but it doesn't. It feels like an understanding we're not ready to name. I glance down at the keys. Do you want to keep playing? No. Can I? He blinks, then shifts slightly, making space. I place my fingers on the keys and play a melody my grandmother taught me, a simple lullaby. Nothing complex, just warmth wrapped in notes. He listens. And when I finish, he doesn't applaud. He just murmurs, "Thank you," like it meant something. And for once, I don't try to fill the silence with words. Because some nights, the only truth worth sharing is the kind that doesn't need sound to be heard.
Chapter 8, Gabriel. There's a rhythm to my mornings. Wake, run, espresso, emails, review, revise, control. Every part of my life has a system, an algorithm, a predictable structure to contain the variables. But now, there's a cupcake on my desk. Again. Lemon poppy seed. Flawless, infuriating. And I didn't ask for it. This one sits on a small china plate next to a yellow sticky note that reads, "To balance out the bitterness." I should be annoyed. I am, technically. But I eat the damn thing anyway. Not because I want to. The silence in the house today feels different. And the sweetness cuts through it. The moment the frosting hits my tongue, I hate how much I don't hate it. She's invading. Not loudly, not brashly, quietly, like warmth seeping through cracks in a frozen room. Every day, Monique leaves behind these impossible little fingerprints on my world. A curated playlist I didn't approve suddenly playing from the sunroom speakers. A stack of Amelia's artwork displayed in the hallway, taped at uneven heights and full of crooked hearts and suns with eyelashes. A new mug in the kitchen that says, "Control freaks. Need coffee too." It should infuriate me, but instead, I find myself pausing, listening, staring. This morning I passed Amelia's room and caught her humming. Her voice, unused, unsure, but there, filled the hallway like a ghost, daring to come back to life. And Monique, she just smiled from the doorway, mouthing along, not interrupting, just witnessing. Somehow that's what she does best. She sees without spotlighting, supports without pushing. She's good for Amelia. Undeniably. But that's what makes her dangerous, because good things never stay. Not here. Geneva's knocking at my office door is soft but firm. She's been with me long enough to read the temperature in the air before speaking. "Quick update," she says as she enters. "The press is circling the Evelyn rumors again. Nothing concrete yet, but I'd recommend locking in a PR plan just in case." I nod once. "I'll take care of it." She hesitates. "And your daughter's therapist sent a note. Amelia's been more engaged this week than she's been in the last 3 months. I glance up. "What changed?" She wrote that Monique's presence has created what she called a low-pressure atmosphere of emotional availability. I scoff. Sounds like something a therapist would say. She also said Amelia laughed in their session yesterday. That stops me completely. She laughed. Geneva nods. Something lodges in my throat. I've built a world around keeping Amelia safe. Education, nutrition, therapy, routine. I've controlled every variable, but nothing has pulled her out of that shell like this woman has in less than a week. A woman who leaves muffins with handwritten notes and paints in the garden like the world isn't burning beyond our gates. A woman who wandered into my house and decided silence wasn't sacred. I stare out the window behind my desk. Below, Monique and Amelia are sitting on the back patio. Monique is drawing something with sidewalk chalk. Amelia watches, wide-eyed, her own hand hesitantly following her lead. A faint curl of music floats through the cracked windows, a piano instrumental, light and nostalgic. Mine, my song. She must have found the old recording I keep on a forgotten playlist, something I composed years ago but never finished. It was never meant to be heard, and now it's playing like a memory I didn't give permission to resurface. My jaw tightens. This isn't what I wanted. This wasn't part of the plan. That night, I can't sleep. My body is still. My mind is not. I get up and walk the house, passing rooms that now smell faintly of cinnamon and lavender. It used to smell like lemon polish and silence. My steps echo too loudly in my own ears. When I reach the piano room, I hesitate. The bench is untouched since Monique sat beside me days ago. I stare at it, remembering her fingers brushing the keys. Not professionally, not perfectly, but gently. Like the music belonged to her, even if the notes didn't. I sit. Don't play, just sit. My hands hover above the keys, but they won't move. Something in me knows that if I play now, it'll mean something. It'll be an admission, not a feeling, but of wanting to feel. And I'm not ready for that, not again. Instead, I turn to leave. But something catches my eye on the edge of the bench, a folded, sticky note. I open it. Let the house be soft just once. You can always make it cold again tomorrow. M. I fold it up and slide it into my pocket. Not because I need it, because I don't know why I can't throw it away.
Chapter 9. Monique. The speaker crackles to life, and within seconds, the kitchen is filled with Aretha Franklin. I crank the volume just enough to be defiant, but not so much that Geneva storms in with a legal document. Amelia stands in the doorway, barefoot, arms crossed, watching me with narrowed eyes like I've summoned a fire-breathing dragon instead of a soul legend. This is required listening, I say, stirring pancake batter like it's an act of civil disobedience. Aretha is a rite of passage, and also, she invented sass. That's a big deal. Amelia doesn't move, but her foot twitches. Just the tiniest rhythm, like a heartbeat remembering how to move. I flick flour at her. She gasps like I've just set off a bomb and bolts across the kitchen. I hold out a wooden spoon like a sword. She grabs a spatula. Battle lines are drawn. We circle the island. Careful, I warn, voice low. You're stepping into dangerous territory. She narrows her eyes. The hint of a smile pulls at the corner of her mouth. That smile is the sun breaking through cloud cover. Delicate, unpromised, but here. I have backup, she says. It's the first sentence she's spoken to me clearly. I freeze. The spoon nearly drops from my hand, but I play it cool. Oh yeah? What kind of backup? She lifts her spatula. Rainbow sprinkles. I lose it. I laugh so hard I bend at the waist, tears stinging my eyes. She's still standing tall, waiting for her moment, her little chin lifted like she just delivered a Shakespearean monologue. You are so your own person, I gasp, wiping my cheek. God, I love that. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't leave. Instead, she slides across the floor in her socks, like it's a dance floor, and lands beside me at the stove. We make pancakes to the full soundtrack of female anthems, Aretha, Whitney, even a little Beyoncé. Amelia sings and hums and giggles in eyes that meet mine more often now. When the food's done, I flip the speaker to respect, and we break into full dance mode. No rules, no choreography, just flailing limbs, flying hair, syrup-covered hands. And that's when I hear it. A sound so small I almost miss it. A laugh. From deep in Amelia's belly, real and sudden and free. She claps once and spins. I'm dizzy. I catch her as she sways and pull her into a hug, so tight I feel every beat of her heart. You did it, I whisper into her curls. You came back. Her arms wrap around my waist. Tiny, strong, shaky. I close my eyes and hold her. Suddenly, I feel a presence not far from here. We both snap our heads toward the doorway. Gabriel stands there completely still. His tie is loose, his sleeves are rolled up, and his expression, blank, unreadable, is giving me absolutely nothing. Sorry, I say quickly, loosening my hold on Amelia. We got a little carried away. Amelia tucks herself behind my hip, still holding onto my shirt. Gabriel blinks once, then again. You were dancing? I brace myself. For the lecture. For the reprimand. For whatever corporate policy I've somehow violated by bringing happiness into the godforsaken kitchen. But instead, he says something else. You were laughing. I blink. So does Amelia. She laughed, he says again, voice quieter this time. You both did. I glance down. Amelia peers up at him, biting her bottom lip. Then she steps forward, slowly, and holds out her hand. Sticky fingers, glitter on her wrist, a pancake heart she cut herself. Gabriel takes it like it's the most fragile thing in the world. His eyes meet mine. No words, just something. Thick, heavy, unspoken. Then he nods and turns, disappearing down the hall like he's running from something that might make him stay. I pick Amelia up and spin her again. She laughs louder this time, and I decide right then, if I have to paint joy into every corner of this house, I will, even if he keeps walking away from it.
Chapter 10. Gabriel. I shut the door to my office and lean against it like I've just survived a war. Because in a way, I have. Amelia laughed. Her whole body trembled with it. A sound I had nearly forgotten. A sound I had long convinced myself she might not give again. Not in this house. Not under my roof. It just saddens me that it wasn't for me. I didn't make her laugh. She did. Monique. A woman who burst into my world with sticky notes and defiance, challenging the very logic I live by. She stood in my kitchen, syrup-streaked and barefoot, holding my daughter like she was made of starlight, and somehow made the impossible happen in a matter of days. And I have no goddamn idea what to do with that. I pace across the room, past the sleek walnut bookshelf no one uses, past the decanter of scotch I only touch when the guilt creeps too close. My fingers twitch with the need to do something. Work, fix, control. But my inbox stares back with trivialities. Reports, contracts, a note from PR about an investor dinner next week. I close the laptop. Silence is thick now, but it isn't peaceful, it's haunted. Not by ghosts, but by the sound of my daughter finally returning to herself, and the fact that I wasn't part of it. Later that night, I lie awake staring at the ceiling. I haven't touched a piano key for almost a week, which, ironically, is the longest I've gone since Evelyn left. But right now, I can't bear the sound of music. Not when it makes me remember the look on Monique's face when she caught me watching them. That soft curve of her mouth. Not quite smug. Not quite surprised. Just certain, like she knew I'd be moved. And I was. It bothers me. Not because she was right, but because I didn't stop her. And worse, because part of me didn't want to. I never eat breakfast with Amelia. It's not personal. It's a pattern. I've always believed children need structure, not coddling. I'm efficient. I'm focused. I provide through precision, not pancakes. But that morning something makes me pause outside the kitchen. Monique's voice carries softly through the hall. She's reading something aloud. A story, maybe. Or a poem, her tone lilting, almost musical. I hear Amelia giggle. I glance at my watch. 8:07. I should already be in the gym, but I walk in anyway. I don't announce myself. Monique looks up, doesn't blink. Surprise of the century, she murmurs, brushing her hair off her forehead with the back of her wrist. The suit has entered the kitchen. I glance around like I've stepped into foreign territory. There are 3 plates, 2 are occupied. 1 is waiting. I sit. No one says anything for a few beats. Amelia chews slowly, glancing between us. Her body doesn't shrink the way it usually does when I appear. She stays where she is, upright, steady, sure. Monique slides a plate in front of me. Toast, eggs, a grilled tomato. I have a personal chef on staff, but somehow this looks more inviting than anything he's made in months. I'm assuming you take your eggs judgmental, she says without looking at me. I clear my throat. Medium, and I don't judge food. Just people. I glance at her. Only when they serve me undercooked salmon. She grins. And I hate that I feel my mouth twitch. Amelia shifts beside her, leaning in to whisper something I don't catch. Monique laughs softly and nods. Yes, I'll make them for lunch too. But we're not eating pancakes 3 meals a day, Sweet Pea. Your father will have me arrested. I don't arrest people over carbs, I say dryly. Monique leans back against the counter. Noted. Maybe there's hope for you yet. I eat. In silence, but not the cold, stifling kind. This silence is warm, tentative, alive. And for the first time in a very long time, I don't want to leave the room.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 11, Monique. I came here to take care of a child. I didn't realize I'd start caring about the man who forgot how. The first time Gabriel Laurent sat in my kitchen without a calendar invite, I thought I hallucinated it. The second time, I started thinking the planet had tilted on its axis. But the third time, he asked for coffee. Not in that warm, casual, hey, can you pass the creamer kind of way? No, he asked the way a man does everything when he's trying not to make a scene. Like asking for connection is just another inconvenient bullet point in his daily planner. Coffee? I said, blinking. As in human beverage, not a metaphor. He gave me a look, flat, irritated, amused in the smallest, most repressed way possible. Yes, Montgomery. Coffee. Do you serve it here or do I need to pull rank? I slid the mug toward him without a word and watched him take it black, no sugar, no milk. Of course. Everything about him is strong, bitter, and stripped of softness. And still, I caught him watching Amelia. Not like a father tracking a threat, not like a man trying to measure progress or monitor behavior, just watching her. She was building a tower of pancake quarters like they were blocks, focused, determined, whispering numbers under her breath like they were spells. 7, she said proudly, peering up at us both. Gabriel straightened. That's impressive. Amelia's shoulders twitched just barely, but she didn't look away, didn't retreat. She smiled. And I swear, I saw something on Gabriel's face shift. Not big, not obvious, but there. And when he stood to leave, he turned back. I'll join again tomorrow, he said, and left, just like that. And I stood in the middle of that kitchen for 10 minutes, holding an empty coffee mug like it could explain what the hell was happening to my life. Later that afternoon, I find Amelia in the reading nook off her bedroom. She's curled in the oversized armchair with her sketchbook, her little universe of color and line. She doesn't notice me at first, and I don't say anything. I just ease into the floor nearby, cross-legged, sorting through a box of crayons I brought from home. Eventually, she looks up. I smile. Need more yellows? She considers, then shrugs. I slide 2 toward her anyway. Sunshine, dandelion, big difference? She giggles. A real one. Softer than this morning's laugh, but still whole. Can I see what you're working on? I ask. She hesitates. With the solemnity of someone handing over treasure, she holds out her sketchbook. I take it gently, like it might break. The first page is simple, stick figures. 3 of them. 1 tall, 1 small, 1 with big curly hair and pink cheeks. I blink. They're holding hands. What's this? I ask, even though my throat's already closing. She points. That's me. Shyly taps the figure with the curls. That's you. I look at the 3rd one. It has a tie. Tall, dark scribbles for hair. My chest goes tight. Is that your daddy? She nods, but not too fast, like she's still figuring out if it's okay to say that. We flip the page. More drawings. Our picnic in the garden. The glitter craft disaster we didn't clean for hours. A drawing of her doll wearing one of my scarves. But it's the last page that nearly takes me down. It's the house. But not as it is. As it could be. Sunshine beaming through the windows. Music notes sketched above the roof. Flowers in every window box. A cupcake on the front step. And in the corner, a note. Home. I reach for her hand. She lets me hold it. You're magic, you know that? I whisper. She smiles at me like she's always known. That night, I sit in my room, the sketchbook still open in my lap. I probably shouldn't have kept it, even temporarily. But I think she meant for me to hold it a while. It feels like a message, not just from Amelia, but from whatever part of this place still believes in more than marble and rules. I don't write a sticky note today. I just sit in the quiet, knowing something sacred happened today, and maybe I don't have to put words on everything.
Chapter 12. Gabriel. I've built my world on isolation, but the warmth is starting to seep in, and I don't think I want it to stop. I should be on a call. That's the thing that keeps cycling through my head as I stand beside the window in the upstairs hall, one hand curled around the edge of the curtain like it's a lifeline. The screen on my phone is lit with alerts. Bloomberg headlines, Geneva's 3rd calendar ping, a missed call from Choi in Seoul. But I don't move, because from here I can see them, Monique and Amelia, outside in the garden, surrounded by buckets of sidewalk chalk and a picnic blanket dotted with books and a bowl of grapes that will undoubtedly end up crushed into the lawn. Monique is drawing something large on the slate path, arms sweeping in exaggerated arcs, her hair pulled into a messy knot high on her head, curls escaping in every direction like sunbeams. Amelia is copying her on a smaller patch. Focused, determined, her tongue peeking from the corner of her mouth in the way she always used to do with puzzles before everything. The quiet war inside me twists, pulls. Because what I'm looking at isn't just a child playing. It's my child laughing, at ease, not performing, not shrinking, living. And it has nothing to do with me. My knuckles tighten against the windowsill. I haven't known what to do with Amelia for so long. The silence broke me. And the longer it stayed, the more convinced I became that maybe love, real, messy, unstructured love, wasn't something I had the tools to give her. But now Monique's here. Somehow the silence is leaving, piece by piece, laughed out, danced out, colored out on stone. Sir? Geneva's voice floats from the hallway. I turn, carefully blanking my expression. What is it? The press is requesting a statement about your upcoming speech at the Global Impact Forum. They're speculating it's a rebranding move. Should I prepare a denial? I should care about this. Normally I would. But I look out the window again, Monique on her back in the grass, hands waving as she tells Amelia some story that's clearly hilarious. My daughter practically folds over from laughing. My throat goes tight. No statement yet, I say. Geneva hesitates. Understood. That night I leave my study earlier than usual. Not because the emails are finished, not because the business stops needing me, but because I feel something gnawing at me. A kind of longing. For something I've never really let myself want. Not a person. A life. One that doesn't feel like punishment disguised as prestige. I walk the quiet halls and find myself in the kitchen. The lights are dimmed. It's past 10. The house is silent again, but not heavy. Not haunted. Just still. I open the fridge and find a small container labeled, "For G, touch this and lie, I will know." Inside. Lemon mousse, 2 spoons. Of course. She's made my nightcap more infuriatingly charming than anything I deserve. I eat standing up. 1 spoon, then 2. And then I leave the empty container in the sink without rinsing it out. Let her fight me on that. The next morning I enter the kitchen before anyone else. I sit. Monique walks in a moment later, humming some old jazz tune with a spatula in her hand. She stops short when she sees me. "You're early," she says, eyeing the chair like it might grow fangs. I figured I'd claim my seat before the syrup wars began. A smile curls the edge of her mouth, but she doesn't rush to fill the silence. Instead, she moves around me, quietly pulling plates, turning off the coffee machine before it overflows. Her shoulder brushes mine as she sets a mug down. No flinch. No apology, just a glance. "You ate the mousse," she murmurs. I take a sip of coffee. "Was that a crime?" "You left the spoon in the sink." "I did." She hums. "Scandalous." I watch her for a beat. "It was good." Monique doesn't reply, but when she sets down Amelia's plate, she leaves a sticky note tucked under the toast. I wait until she turns away. I unfold it quietly. Showing up is loud enough. M. And for the first time in a very long time, I feel like I might be listening.
Chapter 13. Monique. The problem with trying to fix broken things? Sometimes you get cut too. He shows up again the next morning. 3rd time this week. No announcement, no icy sarcasm, just him. In his chair at the end of the counter, sleeves rolled, tie discarded, like he's trying not to look like he belongs here. But he's here. And that alone nearly makes me burn the pancakes. Amelia beams when he sits down. She's still in her pajamas, feet swinging beneath the stool, hair a fluffy crown of curls I twisted into loose coils last night while she read to me. 2 full pages, slow and brave, her voice shaking less with every sentence. Gabriel murmurs something to her. Not a full conversation, but enough to make her giggle. I tell myself not to look at him again, that the sudden, low ache blooming in my chest is probably hunger, or hormones, or maybe the fact that I forgot to stretch this morning. It's not because of the way he's looking at her, like he wants to remember this moment forever, but has no idea how. I pour the last of the batter into the skillet, trying to keep my hands busy. Gabriel stands and walks over to the coffee machine. I feel him at my back before he speaks. "You made the mousse again," he says, nodding toward the fridge. "I did," I reply, flipping the spatula like a pro. "Left one labeled for you?" "That's not necessary." "I know," I say, meeting his eyes. "But I wanted to." A pause. Quietly, he says, "Thank you." It lands too close to my ribs. Later that afternoon, I find him in the sunroom. I only meant to water the herbs on the windowsill, not spy. But there he is, jacket off, laptop closed, fingers massaging his temples. For once, he looks less like a titan of capitalism and more like a man who wants to be tired. "Headache?" I ask, stepping in. He doesn't look surprised to see me. He never does anymore. "I'm considering replacing the board." I blink. "All of them?" Half seems reasonable, I deadpan. His mouth curves. Barely. They think Amelia is a liability. I step forward, carefully. How can a 6-year-old be a liability? They're not saying it outright, but they're nervous. The press is circling. There's concern I'll lose control of the narrative. And what? Hire a PR firm to babysit her? Install press cameras in the nursery wing? He doesn't laugh, but he doesn't snap either. He leans back in the chair, his gaze sharp, but not unkind. Do you always respond to tension with sarcasm? I cross my arms. Do you always respond to concern with condescension? A beat passes. His jaw ticks. He stands, slow and calculated. I'm not trying to offend you, Monique. But you're succeeding. He takes a step forward. I don't flinch, but my chest tightens. You've changed her, he says. My breath catches. She talks now, smiles, draws. She asked me to stay at breakfast. That's never happened before. I blink. Gabriel, I need you to keep doing what you're doing. No deviations. I stare at him. Because there it is. The inevitable line. And it hurts. Not because I expected something different, but because I hoped. I'm not a strategy, I say, voice quiet. And she's not a project. I didn't say you were. No, I whisper. You didn't have to. His face stills, and I know I've struck something beneath the surface, something brittle. He opens his mouth, closes it. I turn to leave. Monique, wait. I do. I don't turn, but I pause at the threshold, spine straight, throat burning. I didn't mean it like that. I nod, but it's stiff. Don't pull away, he says. She needs you. I exhale. She has me. That was never the question. He says nothing else, and neither do I. I walk out before I say something I'll regret. That night, I skip my usual routine. No sticky note, no playlist, no mug with a sarcastic quote. I curl up in bed with a book I don't read and a storm in my chest I don't know how to quiet, because the closer he gets, the harder it becomes to keep my balance. And if I fall, I need to make sure it's not off a cliff I was never meant to climb.
Chapter 14. Gabriel. I never meant to need her, but I think I just made her feel like she didn't matter. She didn't leave the kitchen this morning humming. She didn't look up when I walked in. She didn't make coffee. And I've never missed a sarcastic mug so damn much in my life. Amelia noticed it too. Her smile was smaller, her toast untouched. She asked for Monique 3 separate times before breakfast ended. But Monique just stayed by the sink, silent, efficient, carefully cheerful in that way people get when they're hiding a bruise. I put my hands flat on the counter now, staring into the abyss of my office window, trying to understand how I got it so wrong. All I meant to say was keep doing what you're doing. All she heard was do what I say, and that's not what she is. She's not a task, not a role, not some warm-blooded solution to my child's silence. She's a woman who left her entire life behind for the summer and walked into a cold house and made it home. And I used her like a variable. My stomach churns. Fix it, a voice whispers. I ignore it. Fixing things means opening them, feeling them, needing them. But Monique's face flashes behind my eyes, hurt tucked under that sharp mouth of hers. And I know. I already opened the door. I just pretended I didn't. I find her in the greenhouse. Amelia's with Geneva for her reading session, which gives me a window. Monique is kneeling in the dirt by a planter box, fingers covered in soil, curls tucked into a loose scarf. She doesn't look up when I approach. Good. I don't deserve a warm reception. You missed breakfast, I say. She snorts. Shocking. I step closer, but not too close. I'd like to apologize. Would you? She mutters, pulling a weed with more force than necessary. I spoke poorly yesterday. You spoke like a CEO, she snaps, standing abruptly and wiping her hands on a towel. And I'm not one of your analysts. I'm not here for a performance review. I know. She turns then, arms folded, chin high. I know, Monique. The way her name sounds in the air, it cracks something open between us. I see her eyes soften, then steel again. You made me feel like an accessory to your redemption arc, she says. Like my value is tied to how well I fix what you've neglected. That wasn't my intent. But it was your instinct. My throat tightens. I nod once. You're right. She blinks. I don't think she expected me to agree. I don't know how to do this, I say quietly. Connection, parenting. You think I'm cold. I think you're scared. I look up. What? Her voice softens. You're terrified of getting it wrong, of letting someone matter again. I close my eyes because it's true, and it hurts like hell to hear it out loud. She steps closer, arms still crossed, but something in her posture is gentler now. You don't have to be perfect, she says. You just have to be present. I'm trying. Her eyes find mine. I know. The silence stretches again, but this one feels different. Not tense, not brittle. Balanced. I glance down. Amelia asked where you were this morning. Monique's mouth curves, sad and sweet. She drew something, I add. It's in my study. Monique tilts her head. Another family picture? I nod. Only this time she added a dog. She laughs, quick and unexpected. Ambitious. She named it Sprinkles. Oh no. Oh yes. We both smile, then fall quiet. I'll do better, I say. Not because I want forgiveness, because she deserves it. She studies me for a long beat. Softly. I believe you. That night, I find a new sticky note on my desk. No cupcakes, no flair. Just ink on soft yellow. It's okay to grow roots where you never planned to. Emmy. I press the paper to my palm like it might disappear. Then I pin it to the wall beside my desk, right above Amelia's latest sketch, and beside it, a drawing of a dog. Sprinkles. We're all standing beside it. And this time, the three of us are smiling.
Chapter 15. Monique. She says my name like a secret, like a gift she wasn't sure she was allowed to give. I'm lying on my back in the middle of the garden with a sticker on my thigh that says, Super Listener, and a smear of purple chalk across my cheek. The sky overhead is a soft canvas of watercolor blues, and Amelia is tucked under my arm, a string of dandelions tangled in her fingers. We've been out here for hours. She hasn't said much, but she hasn't left my side either. She's growing her voice, one unspoken vow at a time. A butterfly flits past us, and her tiny fingers tighten in the fabric of my sundress. And then, quietly, so quietly I almost miss it, she says, Mimi. My breath catches. It's not a question, not a test. It's a declaration. Soft, brave, fragile, like she pulled it from a pocket inside her chest and finally decided I was safe enough to hand it over. I blink at the sky. Don't cry. Don't scare her off. I turn my head slowly. She's watching a cloud shaped vaguely like a turtle. I nudge her nose with mine. Hi, I whisper. It's nice to meet you. Her lips curve into the tiniest smile. I kiss her curls and close my eyes. Just for a second. To keep the moment from overflowing. Later, I gather our chalk and glitter glue and trail behind Amelia toward the house. She's skipping, humming to herself. It makes my heart feel too big for my chest. I'm halfway through peeling a sun-drenched crayon wrapper off when I spot Gabriel standing just inside the French doors. He's in shirt sleeves, no jacket, collar open, watching us, watching her. But when I look closer, he's also watching me. Our eyes meet. Neither of us says anything for a beat. Then I step through the doors, holding the basket of craft supplies like armor. She called me Mimi, I say, not meaning to blurt it, but needing to say it to someone. His mouth parts. The reaction is subtle, but unmistakable. I heard. There's something in his voice. Rough. Touched. He nods toward the garden. She's different with you. I set the basket down on the hallway table. She's just allowed to be herself. Gabriel's brow lifts. Are you saying I don't allow that? No. I pause. I'm saying you control the world so tightly, you forget kids aren't pieces on a chessboard. He flinches. I'm trying. I step closer, not to confront, to connect. I know, I say gently, and she sees that, even if she can't say it yet. His jaw flexes. I used to think structure would fix everything, he says suddenly. The right tutors, the best therapists, scheduled affection, measured routines. I fold my arms. Love doesn't work like that. I know that now. We both fall quiet. He looks tired in the most human way, not from work. Not from pressure. From carrying distance like armor. She's not the only one learning how to breathe again, I say softly. He doesn't reply. But something shifts in his posture. Less tension, more truth. Then he clears his throat. I have a break between investor calls. Would you like a drink? I blink. Like coffee. His lips twitch. Wine. It's 2 p.m. I didn't say I was good at small talk. I glance past him toward the house. It's quiet. Amelia's upstairs with her tutor. The hallway smells like lemon oil and possibility. Sure, I say. Why not? We sit on the back patio, 2 glasses of Chardonnay between us and a basket of crayons at our feet. He doesn't touch his wine for the first 10 minutes, just holds the glass like he's not sure how to do this. So, I say, nudging him with my knee under the table. What do CEOs do when they're not fixing the world and terrifying everyone? I don't terrify everyone. Geneva flinched when I offered her a cinnamon roll. She doesn't like carbs. She looked like she feared being reported for chewing. He chuckles. A real one. Low and surprised. Like he wasn't expecting it to escape. I grin. There it is. There what? Proof you're not a cyborg. He lifts his wine. I'll deny it under oath. We fall into a quiet rhythm, sipping, teasing, breathing. It's the first time we've been alone without Amelia. Without a fight, without agenda. And I find myself liking it. Too much. I've been watching the way she looks at you, he says. It's different. Like she trusts you'll stay. I press my glass to my lips to hide the lump in my throat. She's worth staying for, I say quietly. He doesn't reply. He doesn't have to. It's in the look. That night, I find a drawing on my pillow. It's me. Stick figure Monique with a crown made of curls and a t-shirt labeled Mimi. Amelia's handwriting is shaky but proud. She drew herself beside me, and next to her, Gabriel. 3 hearts float above our heads. 1 small, 1 medium, 1 bigger than both. And suddenly, I don't feel like the nanny anymore. I feel like something more.
Chapter 16. Gabriel. I spent years building a world no one could touch. Then she touched it. And now someone's trying to take it from me. The envelope arrives like a guillotine in silk. Cream-colored, embossed, discreet. It lands on my desk with a soft thud, and Geneva just stands there, arms folded, lips pressed thin. I don't ask what it is. I already know. Still, I make her say it. "From Evelyn's legal team," she murmurs. "They're filing for custody." I stare at the envelope. My hands don't move. She's claiming coercion, emotional abuse, claims she was forced to leave. I laugh. It sounds like it came from someone else. She left because I caught her screwing my business partner. Geneva flinches. She says that's not how it happened. Of course she does. I don't open it. Not yet. I don't need to. I can already hear the twisting of truth, the parade of lawyers, the tabloids frothing at the mouth for a scandal. "She's going after Amelia," I say flatly. Geneva nods. "She's going after you. Amelia's just the weapon." A beat of silence, and then, "You should tell Monique." I look up sharply. "She's part of this now, whether you admit it or not." I find Monique in the sunroom, curled up with a book and a blanket. She's barefoot, hair wrapped in a loose knot, a smudge of color on her cheek from Amelia's latest marker explosion. She looks up, and everything in her stills. "You look like someone just got stabbed," she says, rising. "Someone did." I hand her the letter. She reads in silence. Her eyes scan the legal language, brow creasing deeper with every line. When she finishes, she doesn't hand it back. She holds it like it's something sharp. "She's trying to get full custody?" "Yes." "Is this real? I mean, can she?" "Not if there's any justice left in the system." She shakes her head slowly. "I didn't know she was this." "You didn't know her at all," I say, voice dry. "Count yourself lucky." Monique sinks back onto the couch. "You've never talked about her." "No one worth talking about." That's not an answer. I lean against the window, folding my arms. We met when I was still green, just starting to make money. She was already established, modeling, event circuits, friends with everyone who could get their name into a glossy magazine. Monique's mouth twists. "She chased me," I say. "I mistook obsession for devotion. I married her because she knew how to be seen, how to smile when it mattered, how to stand beside me and make me look untouchable." "And Amelia?" "She wasn't part of Evelyn's plan, but when she came, I thought it would ground us. Give us roots." Monique's voice drops. And Evelyn hated it. Hated being tethered. Hated being needed." I walk across the room and pour a glass of water, more for the motion than the thirst. "She started leaving for events that lasted days, then weeks. Then I came home early one night and found her in our bed with my closest friend." Monique inhales sharply. "She said she never loved me, that she never loved Amelia. Said I was just a name, a vault, and a future." She sets the letter down with shaking fingers. "I offered her a settlement, an obscene one. All she had to do was leave cleanly. No courts, no custody fights, no press. I gave her a second chance to disappear. And she took it," Monique says softly. "For a while." A long silence. Then Monique stands and walks toward me. She's angry. I can see it in the stiff set of her shoulders. "Amelia doesn't know, does she?" "Not the full story." "She thinks her mom just left?" "She did just leave." "She thinks her mom might come back." I close my eyes. Monique steps closer. And now this woman is trying to claw her way back into Amelia's life like she didn't burn it to the ground in the first place. I glance at her. Her eyes are fire. "She's going to hurt her again," Monique says, voice low and shaking. "And Amelia's just starting to feel safe. She's just starting to talk." I nod once. "I won't let her take her." Monique crosses her arms, pacing now. "She'll spin this, paint herself as the broken mother who regrets her past. And you, what? Cold, controlling, unfit." I don't answer. "You're not perfect, Gabriel, but you love that girl and you show up." I look up sharply. "Every damn morning now," she says. "Even when it scares you. Even when you don't know what to say." And she sees that. I'm not sure that'll matter in court. It matters to me. Her voice breaks a little, and mine softens. "Monique." "I'm not walking away from her," she says. "From you. From any of this. Tell me where I can be of help." My heart stutters. "She's part of my world already," Monique whispers. "You too." And I can't look away. If I lose this fight, I lose everything.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 17. Monique. You can't fight for something with your whole heart if you're still hiding pieces of it. I don't know what to do with myself. It's like the air shifted overnight. Like the temperature of the house dropped by 5 degrees. Like the ghost of a woman none of us really know is haunting the corners of every quiet room. Evelyn. Even the name sounds sharp, unyielding. And now she's more than a specter in Gabriel's past. She's real with teeth. I move through the house with forced ease, helping Amelia brush her teeth, tying a bow in her sundress, pretending everything is fine. She doesn't know. She can't know. But she's intuitive. Her eyes linger longer when I hug her. She watches Gabriel with a tilt to her head, like she's memorizing his face for safekeeping. That breaks me. Because I remember being a little girl. Too young to understand, but old enough to feel when something is about to fall apart. And I will not let that happen to her. With Amelia at her piano lesson and Gabriel in a meeting upstairs, I drift into the study. It's muscle memory now. Tidying the cups left near the windowsill, adjusting a crooked picture frame, flipping through a stack of mail Geneva left unopened. I don't come here to snoop, but when my fingers brush the edge of a manila envelope, halfway tucked beneath a stack of annual reports, something makes me pause. It's thin, not marked. I glance at the door and open it. Inside is a legal draft. Old, yellowed slightly at the corners. The header is sharp. Educational Commitment Agreement, Laurent Preparatory Trust. The words blur for a second before snapping into focus. It's a formal arrangement for Amelia. Private education, international placement, therapeutic boarding school options, custodial arrangements in the event of relocation. My breath hitches. It's not a current document. The date stamp is over 2 years old, but it's signed. By Gabriel, not filed, but considered. He almost sent her away. The air rushes out of my lungs like I've been punched, not because I didn't know he was scared, but because this is the kind of fear that makes you run from your child, not run toward her. I grip the paper tight. Then I hear footsteps. "You weren't supposed to find that," he says from the doorway. I don't turn. "But you left it out," he exhales. "I must have missed it when I cleared the drawer." "You were going to send her away." He steps in slowly. "It wasn't what it looked like. You signed it." I never filed it. But you thought about it. I spin to face him. You were going to send your daughter halfway across the world to avoid her pain. He presses his lips together. I thought it would be better for her, he says quietly. I didn't know how to fix what Evelyn broke. I thought maybe someone else would. My heart pounds. She didn't need someone else. She needed you. I didn't believe I could be enough. You were scared. He doesn't deny it. You were going to let her go, Gabriel. I didn't. His voice hardens, rough with the edge of something deeper than anger. I stayed. I fought. And I'm still fighting. But you didn't tell me, because it shames me. I flinch because I get what it means. I truly understand. I know what it's like to want to run, I say softly. To want someone else to take the weight. But you're not that man anymore. He looks at me like he's not sure he believes it. I cross the room and hand the document to him. Burn it. I gaze into his eyes. He hesitates. Now, I urge him. He walks to the fireplace, lights the kindling, and holds the document over the flame until it curls into smoke and ash. When he turns back, something about him is different, lighter, more real. I won't run again, he says. I know, I whisper. I truly believe him because the Gabriel I've encountered these days genuinely loves Amelia. And when you love someone, you stay and fight for it. That night, I lie beside Amelia while she sleeps. She mumbles in her dreams, reaches for my hand, and I give it, without hesitation. I envelop her in my arms, whispering, "It's going to be okay, little muffin. Everything's going to be fine."
Chapter 18. Gabriel. She reached for my hand today. I didn't think it would undo me, but it did. I wake before dawn, not because I have to, not for a run, not for emails, just because something in my chest won't let me sleep. I stare at the ceiling for an hour before I move. Down the hallway, past the guest suite, toward Amelia's room. Her door is cracked open, just like Monique started leaving it. And there's the soft rustle of covers, the hum of her white noise machine. I linger. Then I walk in. She's sprawled across the bed like she owns the kingdom of pink pillows and stuffed animals. A picture book is half open beside her, face tilted into a patch of sun that hasn't quite reached the window. I sit in the rocking chair Monique dragged in from the attic last week. I don't make a noise, and I make sure not to move excessively. I just watch her breathe. I wonder how many mornings I missed this. By the time the house starts moving, I'm already in the kitchen. I've never made pancakes. I'm not even sure where the mixing bowls are. But I find one, and I ruin 2 batches before I give up and Google a recipe on my phone like some kind of cliché in a button-down shirt. The 3rd batch comes out edible. I stack them on a plate and stare at the tower like it's a bomb I just disarmed. "You're aware we have a chef, right?" Monique says from behind me, still groggy, curls escaping her scarf. "I'm aware," I reply, "but you always make things in the kitchen still." She walks up behind me, takes one look at the pancake-leaning tower of failure, and smirks. "Creative. I didn't ask for feedback." "No," she says, grabbing a plate. "But you need it." She doesn't compliment me. She doesn't coo. She just pours syrup, cuts a square, and eats it like this is completely normal. It's not, but maybe I want it to be. She glances over. "You okay?" "I sat in Amelia's room this morning." Monique pauses. "She was still asleep," I add. "But I just wanted to be near her." She nods slowly. "That's a good thing, Gabriel." "It didn't feel good. It felt like guilt," I admit softly, almost holding my breath and waiting for her reaction. Monique turns toward me fully, her eyes locking on mine. "She doesn't need you to be perfect," she says. "She needs you to be present." I don't answer. Because if I open my mouth, I'll say too much. Later that afternoon, I get the call. My lawyer, Raphael, he's blunt as always. She's filing in 2 days, he says. Will be served officially next week, but the strategy's already in motion. Meaning? She's doing the media run around. Tragic mother seeking reconnection. Soft focus lighting, pulling at heartstrings. And investors? Not panicked yet. But if this escalates, we'll see. Get ahead of it, I say through gritted teeth as I inhale and exhale to calm my anger. I'm working on it. I hang up. And then I walk outside. Because my daughter is painting in the garden, and I really need to see her more than I need to see a number. Monique is on the ground next to her, covered in flecks of blue and yellow, helping mix shades like they're building a galaxy. Amelia looks up when I approach. I expect her to go quiet. Instead, she smiles. And without a word, she pats the blanket beside her. It's the simplest thing. But I freeze. Because it's the first time she's ever invited me in. Monique watches me carefully. I sit, almost moving robotically because I still can't wrap my head about her inviting me. It feels awkward at first. My knees don't bend right, and I'm pretty sure I'm sitting on a paintbrush. But Amelia doesn't stop smiling. She paints my tie. After a long pause, she picks up a smaller brush, dips it in red, and reaches for my hand. She paints a tiny heart on my palm. I stare at it like she just handed me the key to the whole world. I can't say a word, it's just beautiful, and no words can describe it. Monique's eyes glisten. Amelia shrugs. Just so you don't forget, she whispers. My chest caves in. This time, I let it. That night, I find another sticky note. On my nightstand this time. No sarcasm, no sass. Just 4 words in Monique's neat round handwriting. You're getting it right. I press my thumb to the paper. I believe her, maybe, just maybe. I'm not so bad after all.
Chapter 19. Monique. The more I learn about the fight we're in, the harder it is to pretend I'm just the nanny. Amelia sits on her bedroom floor, a pile of storybooks scattered around her like the aftermath of a tiny literary hurricane. She's flipping through one with bent corners and glitter-worn pages, humming under her breath as she pauses to trace a finger across an illustration of a bear wearing a tea hat. I think this one's silly, she says, glancing at me. But silly is good, right? Very good, I say, lowering myself beside her and tucking my legs under me. Silly keeps the monsters away. She gives a little nod, like she's deciding that's a satisfactory answer, then leans against me. I wrap an arm around her shoulder and rest my chin lightly on her curls. She's warm, safe, present. But I can't stop thinking about the storm outside this room. It's waiting. In legal filings, in courtrooms, in Evelyn's carefully polished image, in Gabriel's eyes every time he thinks I'm not looking. Hey, Mimi, Amelia asks softly. Yeah, sweetheart. Is it bad if I don't want to see my mom yet? My heart stumbles. Does she know already? I clear my throat, replying, No, baby, that's not bad at all. She might be sad if I don't want to. She might, I say carefully. But your feelings matter too, and it's okay to take time. She exhales. Okay? That one word, it shouldn't feel like a victory, but it does, because she trusts me enough to say it, to voice the things she's too afraid to tell her father. And I can't protect her from the decisions that come next, but I can give her this, a space to be heard. Gabriel finds me in the hallway later, just outside his office. His tie is half loosened, and there's a rare line between his brows that doesn't feel like tension. It feels like fatigue. He studies me for a moment. You okay? He asks. I lift an eyebrow. You're asking me that? His lips curve, barely. We're both allowed bad days. I shift my weight. Is it worse? He nods once. Raphael confirmed. Evelyn's team filed. Media blitz starts tomorrow. Strategic leaks. She wants to frame herself as the victim. She abandoned her daughter and took a payout for it, I say, my voice sharp. He looks down, almost flinching. I soften. Sorry, I don't know how you're holding it together. Practice. I fold my arms. And how long until you fall apart? He tilts his head. Why? You planning to catch me? My breath hitches, and for a moment we both just pause. The air thickens between us. Not romantic. Not yet. Just vulnerable. Raw. I don't want to be another weakness for you, I murmur. I mean, she won't target a nanny, right? His eyes flash. You're not? I hold his gaze. Then let me help. He nods, slow and deliberate. Come inside. His office is dim, the curtains pulled halfway and soft light glinting off rows of dark shelves. There are 2 glasses on the desk, one untouched, one nearly empty. He pours me a splash of whiskey before I can say no. I sit across from him, the burn in my throat secondary to the tension stretching between us. She's not playing fair, I say after a moment. She never did. But Amelia, she's a kid. This could break her. I know. His voice is a quiet ache. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, staring down at his hands like they hold the answers. I didn't think this would feel personal again, he admits. Because you stopped feeling anything for her? I stopped letting myself feel anything at all. I close the distance between us, moving to the seat beside him. That's not true, I whisper. He turns his head. His eyes flick to my face, and something unguarded breaks across his expression. Amelia called me in this morning, he says with a smile. She handed me a paintbrush, red, painted a heart on my hand again. She likes them hearts. My mouth curves. I know. She told me she wanted you to remember it all day. He presses his palm to his chest. I still feel it, like it's burned into me. She's choosing you, I say, even in the middle of all this. I don't deserve it. You do, you absolutely do. He doesn't respond, but he doesn't pull away either. And that alone says everything. I slip a new sticky note under the edge of his coffee mug. Just one line. You're more than her defense. You're her home. I don't wait to see if he finds it. But when I check my pillow that evening, there's a folded paper waiting for me. No note. Just Amelia's drawing. Me, her, and Gabriel standing in a triangle of stars. At the bottom, in shaky but confident handwriting, she's added 3 words. My forever family. And I lie there in the dark, clutching it to my chest. How can I protect her from all of this? I bite my lips and cover my face with my arm. My job's temporary, and summer will be over in a jiffy. What can I possibly do?
Chapter 20. Gabriel. She's not the woman I would have chosen to ask, but she's the only one I trust to say yes and still mean no. The article drops like a polished grenade. Second chances. Evelyn Laurent breaks her silence on the daughter she lost, and the man who pushed her out. I don't blink as I scroll. Her team hired someone good, an interviewer who knows how to drip empathy down the page without soaking the truth. There are candlelit shots of her clasping her hands on her lap, a single tear frozen mid-fall, a quote in bold that reads, "Sometimes love is loud, but sometimes it's quiet. It's walking away to keep your child safe, even when it breaks you." I clench my jaw. She weaponized walking away. My phone starts vibrating across the desk. Geneva. Raphael. A board member who hasn't called me directly in 6 years. My email is a flood of subject lines marked urgent and reputational risk and media strategy. The house is silent around me, like it's waiting to see what I'll do. I already know. I have to change the story, not just bury hers, rewrite ours. But I can't do it alone. I find Monique in the kitchen, barefoot again, a dusting of flour on her cheek, like some kind of signature. She's singing softly, some 2000s pop song I only recognize from Amelia's playlist, and stirring what I assume is blueberry batter. She looks up the second she senses me. Her smile fades. What's wrong? I slide the phone across the counter. She played her card. She reads. Her jaw locks. She's rewriting history. She's creating one the public wants to believe. Her hand's still on the bowl. What's your move? I study her for a long moment. Then I say it. I need you to pretend we're together. Her brows lift. Excuse me? In public, I say. Temporarily. The appearance of a relationship. Real, warm, stable. A family. A safe home. For Amelia. Monique's expression doesn't shift at first, but her body tenses, spine straightening like she's preparing for impact. This is what you think will fix it? This is what I think will protect her, I reply evenly. The media is watching. Investors are watching. The judge is watching. If we look fractured, Evelyn wins. She crosses her arms. So you want me to lie? I want you to act. That's what this is. A performance. For who? She asks. The world or yourself? I flinch at that, even though I try not to. She walks past me, rinsing her hands at the sink with force. When she speaks again, her voice is lower, not angry, but stunned. Do you even hear how that sounds, Gabriel? You're asking me to sell the illusion that you're emotionally available while you can't even say why this matters to you. I look down, and for the first time in years, I say it aloud. Because I don't want to lose her again. Her shoulders go still. I fought so hard to rebuild after Evelyn. I fought to make sure Amelia never felt what I felt growing up, discarded, like a responsibility no one wanted. And now this woman is spinning it all backwards, making me the villain in my own house. I need to protect my daughter, but I also... I pause. Swallow. I don't want to do it without you. I mean, if there's anyone that will do this with me, it will be you, because you love Amelia, perhaps as much as I do. She turns slowly. The look in her eyes isn't softness. It's fire. Not for me, for Amelia. You really mean that? I do, and I can pay you. She crosses the room until she's right in front of me. Her face is unreadable. I'm going to say yes, she says finally. But not for the reasons you think. Don't you dare talk about money, too. Okay, I understand. Her jaw clenches. Not for your empire, not for your PR, not for money. For her. Only her. I nod once. She breathes out slowly. Then I need time to think about how this works. I won't let this break me. I wouldn't ask if I thought it would. Her smile is bitter. That's the thing about you, Gabriel. You don't ask. You just calculate to get what you want. This time I don't argue, because she's not wrong. She still walks away with grace, not anger. Later I find a mug waiting for me on my desk, her handwriting on a sticky note. We do this my way. I smile. Not because I've won, but because I just hired the fiercest fake girlfriend on the East Coast. And I'm quiet, sure she's going to destroy Evelyn's narrative, without even trying.
Chapter 21. Monique. If we're going to lie to the world, we don't get to lie to each other. I don't sleep much the night we make the deal. I lie in bed with my arms crossed over my chest like a mummy, staring at the ceiling and trying not to overanalyze every single breath I take, because I said yes. I agreed to pretend to be the girlfriend of a man who still sleeps with emotional body armor and keeps his heart behind a 7-digit security code. Somewhere in the middle of baking muffins and bedtime stories, I stopped being the nanny and started being something else. I just don't know what yet. The next morning, I come downstairs early. I beat Geneva to the kitchen. I beat Gabriel to his espresso machine. I beat my own nerves into submission by writing out my rules on a yellow legal pad and waiting for him to walk in. He does, in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit and bare feet. Weirdly domestic, unfairly attractive. I lift the pad as soon as he enters. He blinks at me. Am I being served? These are my conditions, I say, tapping the top of the paper. If we're doing this fake relationship thing, there are lines, boundaries, protocols. He raises a brow. You wrote it down. Are you new here? A corner of his mouth twitches. All right, let's hear it. I clear my throat. Rule 1, no fake affection in front of Amelia. She knows what's real. We don't lie to her. He nods. Agreed. Rule 2, no calling me pet names unless there's press within a 30-foot radius. His lip twitches. Noted. Rule 3, I get full approval over any public statements. Meaning? I'm not letting you parade me like some trophy girlfriend in a power suit. If I'm in this, I'm seen the way I choose to be seen. He considers. You're already smarter than half my PR team. Please, I'm smarter than all of them. Rule 4, if we're going to be seen in public, we coordinate. Clothes, tone, everything. I'm not showing up in rain boots next to a man in Armani. Noted. Rule 5, emotional honesty behind closed doors. That one lands. His eyes flick to mine. I'm serious, I say. We don't have to be anything real in front of the world, but in private, we don't fake it with each other. No pretending everything's fine, no holding things in. He nods slowly. That one's the hardest. I know. But it's the one I'm most willing to try. The first test comes quicker than I expect. Geneva appears just after lunch with a calendar in hand and a clipboard I'm convinced she sleeps with. You're attending the Children's Health Gala with Mr. Laurent this Friday, she announces like it's a weather report. I blink. I'm sorry, I'm what? It's a media-heavy charity event. Family-friendly angle, low risk, high visibility. The press needs to see you together. Elegant, warm, united. Gabriel walks in mid-sentence. She's not obligated to anything, he says instantly. I hold up a hand. I'll do it. He turns to me. You don't have to. I said I'll do it, but I'm picking the dress. Geneva hands me a folder labeled Outfit Coordination Guide. I toss it into the fruit bowl. Gabriel covers a laugh with a cough. Friday comes, and for the first time in my life, I stand in front of a mirror, wondering what version of myself the world will believe. The dress is mine. Sleek, emerald green, low back, no embellishment. Simple, sharp, not quite the sunshine kindergarten teacher everyone expects me to be. But maybe I don't need to be that tonight. When Gabriel sees me at the base of the stairs, he stops walking. His eyes move from my heels to my curls and back again. You look. I wait. On brand. I groan. That was almost a compliment. He steps closer, offers his arm. I hesitate, then slide mine through his. The warmth of his skin against mine sends a ripple down my spine. We walk outside together. To the car. To the flashing cameras. To the lie we're both choosing to tell. But somewhere between the third flash and the first fake smile, his hand tightens around mine. And when he leans in and whispers, "You make this look real," I don't know whether to laugh or run. Because in that moment, I realize I'm not faking anything at all.
Chapter 22. Gabriel. She's not a distraction. She's the only thing keeping me from unraveling. She steps out of the town car with my arm hooked through hers, like she's done it 100 times. Not a single camera misses it. Flashes explode across the velvet rope. I can already hear the headlines writing themselves. Gabriel Laurent's mysterious new love steps into the spotlight. Stunning, poised, exactly what his empire needs. Monique doesn't flinch under the attention. Her hand finds mine just as we cross the event's marble threshold. That wasn't planned, but it doesn't matter, because right now the world thinks she's mine, and I'm starting to wonder what it means that I want it to be true. The gala is hosted in the city's most iconic hotel ballroom, crystal chandeliers, gilded walls, and music that hums like money through the air. Familiar faces circle like sharks in black tie. I've stood in this room dozens of times, closed deals, made enemies, been photographed for magazines I've never bothered to read, but I've never walked in with someone like Monique. She takes my breath away, not just because she's beautiful, though she is. It's the way she carries herself, the unapologetic ease, the little wave she gives the first photographer who calls her name, the way she looks at me when no one else can see, eyes sharp, chin high. She's not pretending to be mine. She's pretending I'm hers. We make it through the first 20 minutes on muscle memory. Geneva's schedule is burned into my brain. 2 donor greetings, 1 photo op, a brief stop at the silent auction table. Monique stays beside me for all of it. Her smile is perfectly calibrated, warm but not naive, approachable but untouchable. At one point, an executive from a tech company I bailed out 2 years ago tries to corner her with a too slick smile and too personal question. "So how'd he reel you in, Miss Montgomery?" he asks, voice dripping with condescension. A man like Laurent's not exactly known for warmth. Monique's response is immediate. "No, he's not," she says with a breezy shrug. "But sometimes fire hides in cold places." The exec blinks. I nearly choke on my drink. "Excuse us," she says sweetly, tugging on my sleeve. When we're out of earshot, I lean down. "Fire?" She sips her champagne, eyes dancing. "Don't let it go to your head." By the time we find a quiet corner of the ballroom, the tension is no longer performative. It's crawling under my skin. Monique perches on the edge of a velvet chaise, one leg crossed over the other, her fingers lightly tracing the rim of her glass. "You've been quiet," she says. "I'm always quiet. Quieter than usual." I glance around. People are watching even when they pretend they're not. But I lower myself beside her anyway. "I didn't think you'd be this good at it." "At lying?" she asks, tilting her head. "At pretending we're this?" She nods slowly, then glances down at our joined hands. I didn't realize I was still holding hers. "I've had practice," she says quietly. That stops me. She doesn't elaborate, and I don't ask, because I realize in that second there are entire chapters of her life I know nothing about, and it guts me more than I expect. We leave just before midnight. Cameras still swarm the exit, but Monique doesn't hide from them. She waves. She smiles. She leans into me like I'm gravity, and she's finally letting herself rest. In the car, silence stretches long and taut between us. She unbuckles her heels and sets them aside. I loosen my tie. "Did we pass?" she asks finally. I look at her. God, she's tired. But beautiful. So beautiful it hurts. "We didn't pass," I say. "We owned the damn show." She smiles, but it's quiet, fragile. "You okay?" I ask. Her eyes flick to mine. "Yeah, it's just..." She trails off. "What?" It's the first time I felt like someone wanted me in the room. Just like that, I stop breathing. Because she's not talking about the press. I realize I didn't bring her tonight to save my name. I brought her because I couldn't face that room without her. Damn.
Chapter 23. Monique. It's not love, but it's not nothing either. The click of the door echoes behind me as I step into my room. I kick off the heels and immediately regret not packing flats. My feet ache, my calves burn, and my head is still buzzing from 1,000 camera flashes. But it's not just that. It's the way he looked at me, not like I was the nanny, not even like I was a girlfriend, like I was his. I shake the thought off and reach back for the zipper. No luck. I wrestle with the thing for a full 30 seconds before muttering, "Of course," under my breath. I open the door a crack. Gabriel. He appears instantly like he was already outside. His tie is gone, top buttons undone, hair slightly tousled like he ran a hand through it too many times. "I can't get this thing off," I say, not turning around. He doesn't speak, just steps inside, closes the door gently, and moves behind me. The touch is light, careful. The zipper slides down with a whisper. His hand lingers a second too long before falling away. "Thanks," I murmur, clutching the fabric to my chest as I turn. He's looking at me like he's trying not to, brows furrowed, hands in his pockets like they're better off restrained. "Do you want to come in?" I ask before I can stop myself. He doesn't answer, just sits on the edge of the bed. He's in my room. I was just being polite and didn't even think about it. My cheeks heat up as I surreptitiously glance at him from under my lashes. No tie, no walls, just him, looking unsure for once. He looks different. I vanish into the bathroom to change. By the time I return, he's still there, elbows on his knees, head bowed slightly like he's bracing for something. "You didn't have to stay," I say, pulling the robe tight. Perhaps he has something he needs from me. "I know." He lifts his head. Our eyes meet. I didn't want to be alone. Something in me softens. Maybe too easily. I sit beside him. Not close, not touching, but close enough that our knees almost brush. The silence stretches between us, not awkward, just full. Taut with things we're both trying not to name. He breaks it first. "You handled tonight better than I ever could have." "It wasn't hard," I lie. He huffs a quiet laugh. "You were glowing." "Yeah, well, spotlights are good at hiding what's real." That gets him quiet. After a beat, he says, "You didn't have to say yes?" I know. His fingers twitch on his leg, like he wants to reach for something and doesn't know what. "You okay?" he asks. I shrug. It was a lot. He nods once. For me too. I glance over at him. Gabriel Laurent loosened. No armor, no boardroom shield. Just a man who needed someone to sit beside him for a minute. I pull my legs up onto the bed, curling into the blanket. He shifts to give me space. "You staying?" I ask. "Do you want me to?" I think about it. "I don't know." He nods like that makes perfect sense. And then, wordlessly, lies down on top of the covers beside me, facing the ceiling, hands folded over his chest like he's anchoring himself. Neither of us moves. Neither of us speaks. But somehow the silence feels safe. Like we're both caught in something we didn't plan for and can't name. Not quite love. Perhaps the beginning of attraction. Suddenly, he breaks the silence. "I better go." I gaze at him, nodding. "Ah, yes, it's time to rest. You have a long day tomorrow." "Thank you again, Monique. I don't know what I'll do without you." I smile, feeling my heart blossom with so many emotions. "You're welcome, Gabriel."
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Gabriel. The problem with lies is when they start to feel better than the truth. The image is everywhere. Every screen I pass in the office, every blinking news app notification, every casual comment disguised as a compliment. Laurent's new love, mystery woman, steals the spotlight at annual gala. I tap the screen again. The photo of Monique loops into view. Green silk, bare shoulders, glowing smile. My hand on her waist like it belongs there. My face tilted toward her with what looks like affection. Intimacy. A lie. Except the part of me that keeps staring doesn't quite believe it. Mr. Laurent? Geneva appears at the threshold of my office, tablet in hand. Investor confidence has stabilized. I've scheduled a one-on-one with Roland Stern for tomorrow. He wants to personally congratulate you on reclaiming your narrative. I nod once. Good. She hesitates. You did well last night, she adds softly. So did she. I don't respond. Geneva leaves. The screen dims. I set the phone down, face down, and head to my car. Lunch with the Langston group is a formality, but I go through the motions. Smile, shake hands, secure the funding. I should feel triumphant. Instead, I feel unsettled. And I know why the moment I step into the marble corridor outside the private dining room. Did you at least enjoy your little red carpet moment? Evelyn's voice is sugar-laced venom behind me. I turn slowly. She leans against a stone pillar like she owns it. Her dress is white. Her smile isn't. Can't say I missed your dramatic entrances, I murmur. She walks forward. One step, then another, heels clicking like gunfire. So this is the game you're playing now? She asks. Wholesome billionaire finds redemption with doe-eyed nanny. I arch a brow. You mean my girlfriend? Evelyn snorts. Oh, is that what we're calling her? She looked like she'd wandered in from a school fundraiser. She looked beautiful. You looked pathetic, she spits. Clinging to some nobody just to make yourself look human. I don't blink. Careful, Evelyn, you're slipping into slander. She circles me slowly like we're in a ring. You forget how well I know you, Gabriel. You don't do affection. You don't do vulnerability. You sure as hell don't fall for women who wear hope like perfume. I stare straight ahead. She's different. That's what men say when they're about to make bad decisions. Funny. That's what I thought when I married you. She stops. Her expression flickers. I see what you're doing, she says. Trying to play the loving father, the devoted partner, reinventing yourself to keep custody. It's not reinvention, it's revelation. Her jaw tightens. Don't give me that PR crap. You haven't changed. You're still the man who paid me to disappear. No, I say calmly. I'm the man who had to pay you to disappear. Don't twist necessity into cruelty. Evelyn steps closer, too close. Her perfume wraps around me like a ghost of our past. You think this ends with headlines and hand-holding? She whispers. That girl. What's her name again? Monique. She won't survive you. She's stronger than you think. She doesn't know who you are. She knows enough. You're a lie, Gabriel. Always have been. I smile coldly. Then why are you so afraid of me telling the truth? We're nose to nose now, the past clawing at the present. But I don't flinch. I'll win custody, she breathes. You'll never take her, I answer, quiet as death. Her eyes flash. Even if I have to tear your little girlfriend apart to do it? I lean in. You try to touch her, I say, low and sharp, and I will end you in ways you won't see coming. Evelyn's eyes widen, and for the first time she looks a little afraid. The elevator dings behind her. She turns without another word. But before the doors slide shut, I hear her whisper, She's not your salvation, Gabriel. She's your unraveling. Later, alone in the car, I open the photo again. Monique's laughing at something I said, or maybe at nothing at all. And I wonder how long I can keep up the lie. But what happens when it starts to feel more real than anything else?
Chapter 25. Monique. Some truths come dressed as mistakes. This one walks right up to me and dares me not to feel it. It's nearly midnight and I'm still awake. Not pacing, not journaling, not baking, just sitting. The sunroom is quiet, wrapped in the kind of silence that feels like it's listening. The only light is the warm underglow from the kitchen range hood, casting soft shadows over the marble countertops. My untouched mug of tea is lukewarm, forgotten. I curl tighter into the throw blanket and try to stop overthinking over something that hasn't happened yet. Like a kiss. The word echoes. Why do I keep thinking about his lips? The space between pretending and wanting is starting to blur, and I'm standing somewhere in the middle, unsure of which way is safer. A door creaks behind me. I don't turn. I already know it's him. Gabriel steps into the room, barefoot, sleeves rolled up, looking entirely too casual for a man who usually stalks the halls, like a high-stakes chess piece. He doesn't speak right away, just watches me, like I might dissolve if he moves too fast. You're up late, he says finally. You too. He walks farther in and stops just shy of the sofa. Couldn't sleep. Same. He gestures toward the chair across from me. I nod, and he sinks into it, arms draped along the armrest like he's commanding a throne. But his eyes, they betray him. Something's working behind them, something unsettled. We sit there for a beat, then another. Geneva sent another press roundup, he says eventually. Photos are everywhere. I saw, I reply, keeping my tone even. We photograph well together. He snorts softly. You photograph well. I look like I'm suppressing a panic attack. You looked fine, I say too quickly. Then I correct. Convincing. He studies me. You always this careful with your words. Only when they matter. Silence again, but it's heavier now, denser. What's going on? I ask. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he leans forward, elbows on his knees, head tipped slightly like he's trying to unspool a thought too tightly wound. I ran into Evelyn after a meeting, he says quietly. She's not happy. Was she ever? His lips twitch, but his eyes stay shadowed. She doesn't believe this is real. I go still. What did you say? I told her she was wrong. Did you sound like you meant it? He looks at me now and something flickers in his expression. I did. For a second. I wasn't pretending. My throat tightens. He keeps going, voice lower. She said I wasn't capable of love, that I ruin people. She's wrong. His jaw flexes, but he doesn't argue. Gabriel, I say, my voice soft but firm, why are you really doing this? You know why? For Amelia, sure, but that's not what I'm asking. He stands, pacing once, then turns to me with his hands in his pockets. Because you're the first person who's made this house feel like more than a cage. I freeze, And when you touch her hair, he says, when you kneel beside her like she's the only person in the world, I see her becoming someone again. Someone I haven't seen since. He stops, then steps forward. I don't want to lose that. He's close now, close enough that the air feels charged. You don't have to, I say, barely above a whisper. He stares at me, then shakes his head. This, us? It's supposed to be pretend, controlled, defined. You're the one who keeps breaking the rules. He smirks faintly. You wrote the rules. And you keep ignoring them. I'm starting to think they were useless anyway. My breath hitches. He's looking at me like he's trying to decide between restraint and surrender. I'm not Evelyn, I say. If you're going to kiss me, do it because you mean it, not because it fits the narrative. His gaze flickers to my mouth, then back to my eyes. And that's all the warning I get. His hand comes up, warm, steady, fingers grazing my jaw as he leans down and kisses me. Soft, tentative, real. It's not a fireworks kiss. It's quieter, but it burns hotter because there's no pressure, no script, no pretending. Just the press of his mouth against mine and the aching honesty of it. When he pulls back, our foreheads touch. His hand doesn't move from my cheek. That wasn't part of the plan, he murmurs. No, I whisper. It wasn't. Neither of us says what comes next. Perhaps we don't need to. Maybe the silence says enough.
Chapter 26. Gabriel. This wasn't part of the arrangement. She hums, softly. Like it's nothing. Like the kiss didn't happen. Like I didn't cross a boundary last night that neither of us said out loud, but we both felt stretched tight between us for weeks. I linger in the hallway longer than I should, watching her move around the kitchen. She's wearing that ridiculous t-shirt with a cartoon sun winking under a sarcastic "Good morning grump" print, and leggings, hair tied up like she just rolled out of bed. She looks unbothered, free, untouched. My jaw clenches. Amelia is seated at the island, chin resting in one hand, eyes focused on the coloring page Monique gave her. The house smells like cinnamon and warm fruit. Her doing, obviously. It always is. I walk in and say the first thing that doesn't sound like, "Why are you acting like nothing happened?" "You're up early." "I live here now," she replies breezily. "Kind of part of the gig." Her tone is light, but there's a flicker in her eyes when she finally glances my way. Just for a moment. Then it's gone. Smoothed over like icing she doesn't want to crack. "Coffee," she offers, already moving. "You already know the answer." She pours without another word and hands me the mug. Her hand brushes mine for half a second too long. Or maybe I imagine that. I take a sip. It's perfect. Of course it is. She hands Amelia a tiny plate with cut-up strawberries arranged in what looks like a sunburst. "Go ahead, sweetheart," she coaxes gently, just like we practiced. Amelia's eyes dart between Monique and me. She shifts forward on the stool, small fingers wrapping around the edge of the plate like it's something precious. She speaks, one clear sentence. "For you, Daddy." I don't breathe for a full 3 seconds. Monique doesn't look at me. I place my hand over Amelia's. "Thank you, mon cher." Amelia smiles. It's faint, but it's real. I turn back to Monique. "She's talking more." "Only when it matters," she replies, still not looking at me. There's a beat of silence that doesn't feel casual. I can feel the weight of what we're not talking about thick in the air between us. "I take it you slept fine?" I ask, trying for neutral. "Out like a light." She lies as easily as I do. Impressive. We eat. Quietly. The kind of quiet that isn't companionable. It's strategy. Careful placement of silence to avoid touching the thing that burned so hot the night before. I glance at her again. She's cutting Amelia's toast into stars now. You're being very casual. She tilts her head. Would you prefer drama? Should I have stormed into your room this morning demanding answers? No, I say tightly. Then maybe we can agree that it was a moment. A nice one. That's it. That's it. The words land like stones in my gut. Right, I mutter, reaching for more coffee I don't need. Geneva enters without knocking, as always tablet in hand, mouth already tight with whatever update she's bracing herself to deliver. We need to talk. Monique's gaze sharpens. Everything okay? Press nonsense, I say quickly. Routine. It's fine. Monique narrows her eyes at me, but picks up Amelia and leaves the kitchen, her hip swaying subtly as she walks. She doesn't look back. The moment the door swings closed, Geneva fires. Evelyn's lawyers issued a statement to several outlets, aimed directly at you and Monique. My chest tightens. Give me the highlights. She's claiming the relationship is a facade orchestrated for public image and legal leverage. That's not a surprise. It is when she backs it up with personal anecdotes about your past manipulation of women. I exhale sharply. Of course she's spinning it. It's worse, Geneva says. She included a subtle reference to Monique's teaching license, implying a caregiver dating her employer compromises professional judgment. My voice drops. She's going after her. She's going after everything you've built. I stare at the doorway Monique just walked through. What's our move? Damage control. You double down. More photos, more appearances. The only way to beat Evelyn is to make this thing with Monique seem unbreakable. It's not a thing, I mutter. Geneva lifts a brow. I saw the photos, Gabriel. They don't look staged to me, but we need more. I don't answer. Geneva softens, just barely. Just be careful. Evelyn knows how to hit where it hurts. And Monique, she's not bulletproof. She leaves without another word. I don't move. I stare at the dark swirl in my coffee, my mind replaying last night's kiss like a glitching reel. Her soft gasp, her hand on my chest, the way her breath caught before she whispered, "If you're going to kiss me, do it because you mean it." I did. God help me, I did. And I don't know how to walk that back.
Chapter 27. Monique. Sometimes the smallest voices ask the biggest things. Amelia's eyes, wide with anticipation, lock onto mine as she tugs gently at my sleeve while we're reading a book in her bedroom. Her voice, though soft, carries a newfound confidence that's been blossoming over the past weeks. "Miss Monique, Mimi," she begins, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Can we go to the zoo with Daddy? I've been talking a lot and I think I deserve a reward. Good kids deserve a reward, right?" Her request catches me off guard, and I feel a warmth spread through my chest. This little girl, once so reserved, is now expressing her desires openly. It's a testament to her growth, and I can't help but feel a swell of pride. "That's a wonderful idea, Amelia," I reply, brushing a stray curl from her forehead. "Let's talk to your daddy about it and see what we can arrange." Around lunch, I find Gabriel in his study, immersed in paperwork. The room, with its dark mahogany furnishings and towering bookshelves, exudes an air of authority, much like the man himself. Taking a steadying breath, I step inside. "Gabriel," I begin, my voice steady but gentle. "Amelia has a request." He looks up, his piercing blue eyes meeting mine, curiosity flickering across his features. "Oh?" "She'd like to visit the zoo with you," I continue, choosing my words carefully. She feels she's made significant progress with her speech and believes a trip would be a well-earned reward. Gabriel leans back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. There's a moment of silence. and I wonder if he'll decline. But then a soft smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. "If that's what Amelia wants," he says, "then we'll make it happen." Relief washes over me and I nod. She'll be thrilled. "Before we go," he adds, standing and moving toward me, "perhaps we could have lunch together. As a family?" The word family hangs in the air between us, heavy with unspoken implications. My heart skips a beat, but I maintain my composure, offering a simple, "That sounds lovely." The following day dawns crisp and clear. Amelia is practically vibrating with excitement as we arrive at Le Petit Jardin, a quaint bistro nestled in the heart of the city. It's evident this place holds significance for the Laurents. The maitre d' greets Gabriel with a familiarity that suggests frequent visits. Seated at a cozy corner table adorned with fresh flowers, the ambiance is intimate, yet relaxed. Sunlight filters through the large windows, casting a warm glow over us. Amelia, seated between Gabriel and me, swings her legs beneath the table, her enthusiasm palpable. "Daddy, can I have the strawberry crepes?" Gabriel chuckles, a rich, genuine sound that sends a pleasant shiver down my spine. "Of course, mon cœur, anything you like." As we place our orders, I steal glances at Gabriel. There's a softness to him today, a departure from his usual guarded demeanor. It's disarming. When the food arrives, Amelia dives into her crepes with gusto, a dollop of whipped cream adorning the tip of her nose. Gabriel watches her with an expression so tender it makes my chest ache. "Here, let me help you," he says, cutting a piece of her crepe and feeding it to her. Amelia giggles, the sound melodic and pure. I can't tear my eyes away from the scene, the formidable CEO, utterly captivated by his daughter. It's a side of him I hadn't fully seen before, and it tugs at something deep within me. "Monique," Gabriel's voice pulls me from my reverie. "You have a little—" He gestures to the corner of his mouth, indicating a smear on mine. Before I can react, he reaches across the table, his thumb grazing the corner of my lips, wiping away the offending spot. The contact is brief but electric, sending a jolt through my system. Our eyes lock, and for a heartbeat, the bustling restaurant fades away, leaving just the two of us suspended in a charged moment. "All better," he murmurs, his voice a shade deeper. I swallow hard, my pulse racing. "Thank you," I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. Amelia, oblivious to the undercurrents between the adults, chatters on about the animals she hopes to see at the zoo. I latch onto her words, using them as an anchor to steady myself. After lunch, we make our way to the zoo. Amelia's excitement is contagious as she darts from one exhibit to the next, her laughter echoing through the air. Gabriel and I follow closely, our shoulders occasionally brushing, a reminder of the ever-present tension simmering beneath the surface. At the lion's enclosure, Amelia presses her hands against the glass, eyes wide with wonder. "Look, Daddy, they're so big." Gabriel crouches beside her, his hand resting gently on her back. "They are, mon cœur, majestic creatures." I observe them, a smile tugging at my lips. This is what family looks like. The realization is both comforting and terrifying. As the afternoon wanes, we find ourselves at the zoo's cafe, sipping on cold drinks while Amelia enjoys an ice cream cone. Gabriel's gaze meets mine over the rim of his cup. "Thank you," he says softly. "For what?" I ask, genuinely curious. "For suggesting this," he replies, nodding toward Amelia, who's happily swinging her legs beneath the table. "For her. For us." Emotion wells up within me, and I blink rapidly to keep it at bay. "She's a remarkable girl," I say. "She deserves moments like these." Gabriel's hand covers mine on the table, his touch warm and grounding. "So do you." The sincerity in his voice threatens to unravel me. But I offer a small smile, squeezing his hand briefly before pulling away. As we prepare to leave, Amelia slips her tiny hand into mine, her other reaching for Gabriel's. Together, we walk through the zoo's exit, a trio bound by more than just circumstance.
Chapter 28. Gabriel. The image of her hand over mine, steadying, soft, certain, stays with me long after the knife is down. I don't realize anything's wrong until Geneva barges into my office, tablet in hand and a look on her face that usually precedes PR nightmares. She doesn't knock, doesn't speak right away. Instead, she just slides the screen toward me, face up. At first, I don't understand what I'm looking at. A news headline, a blurry, zoomed-in photo. Then the details click into place. Me, Monique, Amelia. Amelia's hand in Monique's, my hand on Amelia's shoulder. We're standing in front of the elephant exhibit, laughing. Billionaire Daddy's day out, Laurent's private zoo visit. Sparks speculation of a real family unit. I grip the edge of the conference table, my pulse tightening like a vice. Geneva clears her throat. They're everywhere? How? I ask, already knowing. Freelancers, probably sold to every entertainment outlet in the country. I didn't approve this. We were supposed to control the narrative, not invite them into our private moments. Geneva holds up a hand, calm and terrifyingly precise. It wasn't ideal, but it's not damaging. I shoot her a glare. She doesn't flinch. Actually, it's helpful. This is what families look like, spontaneous, intimate. You weren't posing for a headline, and that's what makes it gold. I stare down at the photo again. Monique's head is tipped back, laughing. Amelia's smile is wide and real. And God help me, I look happy. I hate how much it unsettles me. I want a list of every agency who bought the photos, I say. I already have it. But Gabriel. Geneva softens her tone. This is the good kind of exposure. Trust me, in the custody case, this does more than 1,000 formal statements. I don't answer, because she's right. And I hate that she has a point. By the time I pull into the driveway, the sun is low on the horizon. I kill the engine and sit for a minute, tension still coiled tight in my shoulders. Inside, laughter echoes from the kitchen, warm, familiar. A world I still don't quite know how to live in. I push open the front door. The scent of garlic and roasted vegetables hits me first. Then Monique's voice, bright and teasing. If you stir that one more time, young lady, it'll turn into soup. Amelia giggles. But it smells so good. I stop just short of the kitchen entrance and take in the scene. Amelia on a stool, oversized apron hanging off her tiny frame, wooden spoon in hand. Monique is at the counter, sleeves rolled up, curls tied back, sauce on her cheek. She looks like she belongs here, like this house finally caught its breath because she filled it. I clear my throat. Both heads turn. Daddy! Amelia shrieks. Monique smiles, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Look who's home. I nod, eyes lingering on the flour dusting her forearm. Smells interesting. Monique quirks a brow. That's either a compliment or a dare. Could be both. She tosses the towel at me. I catch it, reluctantly amused. Come on, she says, eyes twinkling. We're making homemade flatbreads. It's a group effort. I don't cook. Perfect, she says. You'll be easy to train. Monique. Gabriel. I pause. Amelia hops off the stool. Please, Daddy. Just one time. My weakness has never been negotiations. It's her, the 6-year-old with eyes like mine and a voice I'd cross oceans to protect. I sigh. Fine. What do I do? Monique grins like she's won a battle. Chop the peppers, thin strips, but not paper thin, just firm enough to hold shape. She hands me a knife. I stare at it like it's a contract I don't remember signing. She steps behind me, too close, guiding my hand with hers. Her palm presses to the back of mine, fingers curling around the blade's handle. "Like this," she murmurs, her breath brushing my ear. I freeze. Her body is pressed just barely against mine, heat radiating, presence unavoidable. Her other hand rests on my wrist, steadying me. The knife glides through the pepper as if she's doing it herself. "There you go," she says softly. "Not bad for a first time." I don't respond, because I'm not thinking about the vegetables, or the recipe, or the headline still waiting in my inbox. I'm thinking about how close she is, how good it feels, how her touch is steadying something far more unstable than a kitchen blade. Her hand lingers a second too long before she steps back. The absence is a physical thing. "Now," she says, clearing her throat, "layer those over the dough while we work on the sauce." Amelia beams up at me. "You're good at this, Daddy." I manage a smile. "Beginner's luck. Or a good teacher," Monique says under her breath. The oven beeps. The timer dings. Dinner becomes a blur of laughter and clumsy mistakes. I nearly burn the corner of one flatbread. Monique nearly spills an entire bowl of tomatoes when Amelia tells a joke mid-stir. We eat at the island, plates balanced, glasses clinking. It's chaos. It's imperfect, and it's good. After Amelia's tucked in bed, Monique passes by the hallway where I linger, arms folded. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't need to. I watch her walk away and know, without meaning to, that I'm already in deeper than I planned. And that may be the most dangerous part of all.
Chapter 29. Monique. You don't threaten what I protect. Today is my off day, so I'm out of the mansion. I hum as I pick up art supplies. Amelia and I are planning to make seashell trinkets. I'm halfway to the checkout at the art supply store with my basket filled. Paintbrushes, glitter glue, and a rainbow of acrylics for our seashell trinket project, when I hear the clack of heels behind me. Then comes the voice. Silken and sharp. Well, if it isn't the live-in babysitter turned PR stunt. I freeze. I know that voice. I've only heard it once in person at a distance, but I've seen the glossy magazine covers, the tabloid spreads, and Gabriel's jaw when he talks about her. I turn slowly. I've heard it on the television countless times. Evelyn is standing right in front of me, taller than me by a good 4 inches. Dressed like she's about to do a photo shoot rather than run an errand. The strap of her Hermes bag hangs casually off one sculpted shoulder, and her lipstick is the kind of red that could start a war. "Evelyn," I say carefully, "didn't expect to run into you here. I imagine there's a lot you didn't expect when you decided to shack up with Gabriel." My spine straightens. "That's not what this is." She smiles, sharp, triumphant. "No? You're telling me this is real? The doting girlfriend act? The public appearances?" She clicks her tongue. "You poor thing. You actually believe it." My fists tighten around the basket's handle. "I'm not going to do this with you in the middle of a store." "Why not?" She shrugs. "You've already paraded yourself across every major gossip outlet. Might as well give the locals a show, too." "I'm here to pick up art supplies, not engage in whatever game this is." She steps closer, voice dropping just enough to make my stomach twist. "You think you've won something, Monique? You haven't. You're just a placeholder." I lift my chin. "Is that what Gabriel called you? A placeholder until someone better came along?" Her nostrils flare. I feel the adrenaline surge, but I keep my voice even. Amelia isn't a pawn, Evelyn. She's not leverage. She's a little girl who's finally learning to feel safe again. "And you think you're the reason?" Her eyes narrow. "Gabriel will always be cold, distant. You think he lets people in? He lets them orbit. That's all. He let me orbit for years while pretending it was love." I feel heat rising up my neck, but I keep my gaze locked on hers. "Whatever happened between you two, it's over. And whether you like it or not, Gabriel is doing the best he can for his daughter. His daughter? She repeats, her voice cracking like glass. She's mine. Mine. He stole her from me, paid me to walk away. I blink. You took that money. She laughs bitterly. Because I had no choice. You don't know what he's capable of. No, I snap. I know what you're capable of. You left, and now that your face is plastered on a sad redemption campaign, you expect people to forget everything? People in the aisle are watching now. Discreetly, but they're watching. Evelyn steps in, crowding my space. You're naive, Monique. You think he's different with you? That the ice is melting? Give it time. You'll be next in the long line of regrets. I grip the basket tighter and take a single step forward. You don't scare me, I whisper. You don't get to walk into a child's life like it's some country club you let your membership lapse from. You don't get to threaten me and think I'll fold. Her smile vanishes completely now. If you ever approach me again, I add, I won't be nearly this polite. And with that, I push past her. My legs feel like fire, but I walk tall, each step an act of defiance. The clerk at the counter gives me a wide-eyed smile as he rings up the supplies. You okay, ma'am? I will be, I say, and I mean it. The moment I step back into the Laurent mansion, the chaos in my chest begins to settle. I hear the giggles first, high-pitched and bubbling. Then Gabriel's low voice, amused and coaxing. I follow the sound to the kitchen. Amelia is sitting on the counter, her feet swinging, while Gabriel spoons chocolate batter into cupcake liners. There's flour on her nose. There's a streak of it on his shirt, too. They both look up when I enter. There she is, Amelia beams. We're making surprise cupcakes. Gabriel glances at me, a soft question in his eyes. I swallow the last of the bitterness Evelyn left in me and smile. Smells amazing in here. Want to help? Amelia asks, already holding out a whisk coated in chocolate. I glance at Gabriel. He shrugs. We could use a decorator. I promise this is edible. The chef helped us earlier and left us with instructions. I giggle as I take the whisk, letting the warmth of this strange, beautiful domestic chaos wash over me. And in that moment, watching Amelia, watching him, I know it. They aren't just my employers. This isn't just a job, and I'll fight like hell to protect them. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 30. Monique. The mansion is quiet. The kind of stillness that settles deep into the bones of the house after Amelia has drifted into her dreams. I tiptoe down the grand staircase, the cool marble soothing against my bare feet. The kitchen beckons, a warm refuge in the vastness of this place. I reach for the milk carton in the fridge, the soft glow illuminating the stainless steel appliances. As I pour the milk into a small saucepan, the faint hum of the refrigerator fills the silence. The rhythmic stirring becomes a meditative act, a momentary escape from the whirlwind of emotions that have taken residence in my heart. Couldn't sleep either. The deep timbre of Gabriel's voice startles me, and I nearly knock over the saucepan. I turn to find him leaning against the doorway, his tie loosened, the top buttons of his shirt undone. There's a vulnerability in his posture, a departure from the composed CEO facade. Amelia had a nightmare earlier, I explain, my voice soft. She always finds comfort in warm milk. I'll just put it beside her bed and reheat it later. He nods, stepping into the kitchen. The ambient light casts shadows that dance across his chiseled features. She's been sleeping better since you arrived. I offer a small smile, focusing on the milk as it begins to steam. She's a resilient girl. Silence envelops us, thick with unspoken words. I feel his gaze on me, intense and searching. Monique, he begins, his voice hesitant. It's been over a month since you started working here. I glance up, meeting his stormy eyes. Yes, it has. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture I've come to recognize as a sign of his internal struggle. I've been thinking about the future, about Amelia. I set the saucepan aside, giving him my full attention. What about her? He exhales slowly, stepping closer. The space between us feels charged, electric. She adores you, and I can't ignore the positive impact you've had on her. My heart pounds against my ribcage. Gabriel, what are you trying to say? He hesitates, as if weighing his words. I want you to stay, at least until the custody battle is over. It might take longer than the summer. The air between us crackles with tension. I search his face, trying to decipher the emotions flickering in his eyes. I don't want you to feel obligated, but let me help your kindergarten, he continues, his voice barely above a whisper. Money. Is he paying me? I told you, I don't want money. This isn't about money. I'm helping you just as you're helping Amelia. Me. It's about what's best for Amelia. For all of us. I swallow hard, the weight of his words settling over me. Gabriel, I care about Amelia deeply, and I care about you. His eyes darken, a storm brewing within them. Then stay. Before I can respond, the timer on the stove beeps, breaking the spell. I turn, flustered, and grab the saucepan. In my haste, I misjudge the distance, and the warm milk sloshes over the edge, splattering onto Gabriel's shirt. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, I exclaim, setting the saucepan down and reaching for a towel. He looks down at his soaked shirt, a bemused expression on his face. It's okay, Monique. Accidents happen. No, let me help you, I insist, grabbing the first aid kit from the cabinet. We should make sure you didn't get burned. Fortunately, I didn't heat it to 100 Celsius. He allows me to lead him to the living room, the ambiance intimate under the dimmed lights. I kneel before him as he sits on the edge of the couch, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the sculpted planes of his chest. My fingers tremble as I dab the damp cloth against his skin, the heat between us palpable. Our proximity sends my senses into overdrive. I can feel the steady rise and fall of his chest, hear the hitch in his breath. The air grows thick, suffocating in its intensity. Monique, he murmurs, his voice a husky caress. I look up, our eyes locking. Time seems to stand still as he leans in, his lips brushing softly against mine. The world fades away, leaving just the two of us entwined in this moment. The kiss deepens, a slow exploration that ignites a fire within me. His hand cups the back of my neck, pulling me closer as our bodies meld together. Every touch, every caress speaks of unspoken desires and suppressed emotions. This has been a long time coming, and we've been avoiding the feeling since our first kiss. I pretend there's nothing, but I can't help myself. When we finally part, breathless and dazed, he rests his forehead against mine. Stay, He whispers again, the plea evident in his tone. I close my eyes, the decision already made in my heart. Yes, I breathe, sealing my answer with another kiss. Holy hell, how can I possibly refuse when his request comes with a kiss?
Chapter 31. Gabriel. I shouldn't want her like this, but I do. God help me, I do. The second her lips pull away from mine, I know it's over. Not us, not the arrangement, not the lie we're living day by day. Just the moment. Just the kiss. Just the fire threatening to reduce every line I've drawn between us into ash. Monique presses her hands to my chest, her breath ragged, her lips swollen. Gabriel. Monique arches into me and I hold her tightly. Our kiss deepens and our tongues mingle. Then I feel the tremble in her palms as she puts it on my chest. Not fear, not resistance, just restraint. Her voice is low, but firm, threaded with something soft that undoes me far more than desire ever could. I can't, she whispers, eyes flickering with conflict. I nod once. I don't trust my voice. She steps back, adjusting the strap of her tank top that slipped from her shoulder during our kiss. Her fingers shake, which does something to me I can't explain. Thank you, she says, voice barely audible, then turns and walks down the hall toward the guest wing, her bare feet silent against the floor. I stand there in the dim light of the hallway, the taste of her still lingering on my tongue, the scent of her. Vanilla, citrus, something soft and feminine, clinging to my skin like it's been branded there. I shouldn't want her like this. I shouldn't want her, period. Not like this. But I do. And that's the damn problem. The shower runs too hot. Steam claws at my lungs, the air thick enough to choke on. My palms scrape against the marble, fingers splayed like I could claw my way out of this. Out of her. But I can't. I try not to think about the way she said my name. Not whispered, not sighed. Dragged out of her, rough at the edges, like she'd been holding it in too long. I try not to imagine how her teeth will catch my lip when I kiss her, how her hands will knot in my hair and yank, how her hips will feel against mine. I fail. I can't stop myself. Monique's like an addiction that refused to go away.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
After, I towel off, dress, and sit at the edge of my bed like a man who just lost a war. He didn't even know he was fighting. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to mean something. She was supposed to be a solution, a facade, a shield against Evelyn's manipulation and the media's scrutiny. She was supposed to be a nanny. Instead, she's the one I think about at night. The one who makes Amelia laugh. The one who challenges me without fear. The one who sees past every wall I've built and somehow still chooses to stay. I rub a hand over my jaw and stare into the dark room. I'm in trouble. Not because of what almost happened, but because I didn't want it to stop. Because I want it to happen again. Next time, I don't think I'll have the strength to let her go.
Chapter 32. Monique. We crossed a line last night, but this morning I don't know where I stand. I can't look him in the eye, which is ridiculous. I'm 30 years old, I've kissed men before. I've made out before. I've had sexual experiences. But this isn't just a kiss. This is Gabriel Laurent. And last night, I was pressed up against his hard chest, kissing him like I couldn't breathe without his mouth on mine. Like I wanted him more than I wanted to keep pretending I don't. And he kissed me back, just as fiercely. It's not as if last night was our first kiss, but it was very different. Not light, but deep. He was hard. I was wet. Creaming. And I dreamt of him last night. Taking me hard. My cheeks heat up again. What am I doing? I'm not some sexually deprived person. Because of the kiss that I can't forget, and that wretched dream this morning. I find every excuse to stay busy. I cut fruit for Amelia's breakfast and disappear before Gabriel enters the kitchen. I fold laundry that doesn't even belong to me. I help Matilda, one of the maids, organize the linen closet even though she gives me the most suspicious look in return. You're avoiding him, she says flatly. I'm organizing napkins. In color order. Napkins deserve respect too. She hums, unconvinced, but lets me have my dignity. By noon, I'm hungry, tired, and emotionally strung out. I wander into the pantry to grab a protein bar and find myself face to face with 6 feet and 2 inches of dark-suited temptation. Gabriel. He blocks the doorway like a wall, leaning one shoulder casually against the frame, arms crossed. Eyes too unreadable for my comfort. Did I do something? He asks, voice low, rough. My stomach does a slow, traitorous flip. No, I say, moving toward the shelves, grabbing the bar like it's my last defense. Just busy. You haven't looked at me once today? Maybe I'm focusing on my job. He steps closer. I don't move. My pulse hammers in my throat as he reaches out, not touching me, but close enough that I feel the heat of his hand near my waist. Monique. The sound of my name is almost a plea. My breath catches. He leans in, eyes fixed on mine like he's daring me to deny what we both felt. The tension builds, rising thick in the tiny pantry. 1 more inch and we'll be there again. His lips, my heart, that precipice neither of us is ready to fall from. Mr. Laurent, one of the maids' voice cuts through like a splash of cold water. There's a situation outside. Gabriel curses softly under his breath and steps back. We both move fast. The moment collapses into the tension of crisis. We rush through the main hall, and I stop cold at the sound of shouting. I round the corner toward the main entry, just in time to see a line of women, cameras, phones, and signs in hand, standing just beyond the estate's security gates. At the center of it all, wearing a cream suit and a furious expression, is Evelyn Laurent. Her voice rises above the chaos. Let me see my daughter. The words punch the air. I freeze. Amelia, I whisper and bolt. I take the stairs 2 at a time, heart pounding, and find her standing on the window bench, clutching the curtains with white knuckles. Her little shoulders shake as she stares down at the crowd. Her eyes are wet, her face pale. I drop to my knees and gather her close, holding her against my chest as she sobs into my shoulder. It's okay, I murmur. You're safe. I've got you, baby girl. I've got you. Her cries break something inside me. Is Mommy going to take me? I don't want to go. She'll leave me in the dark again. I don't want to lock me in the closet because I'm a bad girl, Amelia sobs. My body stills, unable to wrap my head around her statement. What the hell? Slowly, my head swivels to the doorway where Gabriel's standing. He looks pale. It seems this is a surprise to him too. His expression is thunderous. I don't need words as I embrace Amelia tightly. He nods once, cold and sharp, then disappears. I stroke Amelia's hair until she softens in my arms, hiccuping against my neck, her fists still curled like she's holding on to the world itself. Minutes later, The noise outside fades. Silence returns. But Amelia's tears haven't stopped. Not yet. I rock her until she finally sleeps, curled against me on the daybed. I pull a soft throw blanket over her tiny form and kiss her temple. When I stand, Gabriel's already back in the doorway. His tie is gone. His sleeves rolled. Fury still lingers in the set of his jaw, but his voice is low. We're leaving. I blink. What? This afternoon. I've arranged a trip to one of my properties. It's secure, private. I want Amelia away from this, away from her. My breath catches. I look back at the sleeping girl. That's a good idea, I whisper. His eyes soften. Pack whatever you need. I nod. I will. For a second, neither of us moves. Then he steps aside and lets me pass, but I feel his eyes follow me the entire way down the hall. And somewhere, deep in my chest, I know. He's not just protecting Amelia. He's protecting all of us, even me.
Chapter 33. Gabriel. There are kinds of silence I can handle, but not this, not hers. We leave the city before sunset, driving for hours until the skyline disappears in the rearview mirror, and all that remains are winding roads, thick trees, and the sharp scent of pine and summer soil. The farm estate is quiet when we arrive. The main house is modest compared to the Laurent residence, more stone and wood than marble and glass. Warm, secluded, safe. Geneva arranged everything, groceries, linens, security checks. Dinner is waiting when we walk in, and the faint glow of lantern light flickers over the farmhouse dining table. But Amelia doesn't speak. Not during the drive. Not when we pull into the long gravel driveway and she sees the big wooden porch wrapped in fairy lights. Not even when Monique gently points out the little bookshelf tucked beside the fireplace filled with children's books and puzzles I requested last minute. She just clutches her stuffed rabbit and stays close to Monique's side. During dinner, she barely touches her food. Her eyes stay on her lap, shoulders hunched, like she's trying to make herself small enough to disappear. Monique places a tiny roll on Amelia's plate. Remember when we made these last week? You made the swirl in the middle like a galaxy. No answer. Should I get some jam? She tries again, smile trembling at the edges. You love strawberry. Amelia picks up her fork but doesn't use it. She just holds it, her fingers so still it makes my chest ache. I cut a piece of chicken for her, slide it next to the roll. Amelia, just one bite. Still nothing. Monique leans down and whispers something I can't hear. Amelia lowers her head, hiding behind her curls, and a second later, the fork clatters to the floor. Monique goes still. I stand quickly and pick it up, grabbing another from the drawer, but Amelia's already slipped down from the chair, arms around her bunny again, feet shuffling across the floor. She disappears down the hallway without a single word. Monique moves to follow her, but I put a hand on her shoulder. Give her a minute. She hasn't said anything since this morning. She will, I lie. After dinner, Amelia curls into the corner of the big, warm guest bedroom and eventually falls asleep with her bunny tucked under one arm and Monique's old quilt wrapped around her. Monique stays beside her until her breathing evens out. I stand in the doorway, watching them both, guilt crawling down my spine like a virus with teeth. When Monique finally rises and steps out into the hallway, I don't follow her right away. Instead, I head down the hall, pour myself 2 fingers of whiskey from the decanter in the study, and walk to the back porch. The night air is cooler here, crisp. The stars are absurdly bright without the city haze. And there she is. Monique's sitting on the porch swing, legs tucked underneath her, one hand curled around a mug. She doesn't turn when she hears me, just gestures to the space beside her. I take it. We swing in silence for a few seconds, listening to the crickets and the faint rustle of the trees. Quietly, she says, Gabriel, was it true? I don't look at her. What? What Evelyn said. About the closet, that Amelia was locked in there. My knuckles go white around the glass. I nod once. I didn't know. Not until too late. She's quiet for a long moment. When I finally glance over, her jaws tight, eyes glinting with something between fury and heartbreak. "She's 4, she whispers. "I know. She's 4, and she was begging to come out. I didn't know, Monique." My voice cracks in a way I haven't let it before. I didn't want to believe. I thought Amelia was just acting out. Evelyn said she was just being dramatic, and I stop, because the next words make me sick. I ignored it. I was busy, distracted, focused on building my empire and assuming money would fix everything. I should have been there, I say instead. I failed her. Gabriel. I failed as a husband, as a father, as a man. Her eyes shimmer in the dark. I take a shuddering breath and look away, gripping the edge of the swing until the wood bites into my palms. I spent my whole life trying to be the opposite of my father. He gave me everything and still made me feel like nothing. So I built this company from nothing, thinking if I became a man he could never control, I'd win, I'd matter. I thought I could show him I didn't need him. But he still lives rent-free in your head, Monique says quietly. I laugh. Bitter. Sharp. Yeah. And in trying to prove I wasn't him, I became a different kind of monster. I missed my daughter's pain because I was too busy chasing validation from a man who never gave a damn. Monique puts down her mug and shifts closer. I don't stop her. I can't. Her hand finds mine, warm and grounding. You're not a monster. You didn't see her tonight. But I saw you, she whispers. I saw how fast you moved the second she cried. I saw how hard you fought to shield her. You love her, Gabriel. And you're here now. I don't know how to fix this. You don't have to fix everything. Sometimes, you just have to stay, and show up. The words splinter something inside me, and then she's pulling me toward her, arms around my shoulders, her breath warm against my ear. You're not broken, she murmurs. You're just healing. I don't realize I'm holding her until I am. My arms lock around her waist, forehead pressed to her collarbone like I'm drowning and she's the only thing keeping me afloat. Her hands move through my hair, and in the quiet dark, something shifts between us. She pulls back just enough to see my face, eyes wide and searching, and then, without hesitation, she kisses me. Soft, sure, real, and this time I don't question it. I kiss her back. Not like last time. Not desperate. Not rushed. This kiss is a slow unraveling of everything I've buried, and I let it all come undone. Chapter 34. Gabriel. Her mouth is still on mine when we stumble backward, the wooden porch groaning beneath our feet as if echoing the storm building between us. I don't remember pulling her against me, but now I can't let go. She's warm, soft in all the ways I've denied myself. Her fingers thread into my hair, pulling slightly, and something inside me breaks clean open. The kiss deepens. There's no hesitation this time, no pretend, no performance, only heat, only want. I press her against the doorframe as her breath hitches, and when her lips part, I take more, tongue sweeping into her mouth like I've needed this longer than I've been willing to admit. She gasps, fingers bunching in the fabric of my shirt.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 35, Monique. Some moments don't need labels. They just become. The sheets are tangled around my legs, but I don't move. Gabriel's warmth is still faint on the other side of the bed, like a lingering echo. I close my eyes, not to forget what happened, but to hold on to it just a little longer. The way his hands trembled when they touched me. The way his body bowed like something sacred when we moved together. In sync, no barriers, no fear, no pretending. We didn't say we loved each other, but last night wasn't empty. It was everything. I sit up slowly, the cotton blanket slipping down my bare back. The faint sound of wind brushing against the windows carries the scent of the farm's dew-drenched fields. I wrap one of Gabriel's shirts around me, the crisp white cotton, brushing against skin that still feels claimed. There's no room for awkwardness this morning. Not when something between us shifted, tectonic and quiet and impossible to ignore. I pad into the kitchen barefoot, the cool tile grounding me. My hands move automatically. Eggs, butter, toast, a skillet already warming. The rhythm is comforting, steady. I'm whisking eggs when I hear footsteps behind me. I don't turn right away, but I feel him. His presence folds around me like gravity, heavy and electric. "You're cooking," he says, voice still sleep-rough. "You're awake," I reply softly, glancing over my shoulder. Gabriel leans against the counter, arms crossed over his bare chest, his sweatpants riding low on his hips. He's freshly showered, damp strands of dark hair curling at the ends. He looks relaxed and impossibly good. "I thought I'd help," he says, coming closer. I arch a brow. "You? In the kitchen? Again?" His lips twitch. "Don't sound so skeptical. You think chopping a cucumber once last week makes you qualified? Or when you claimed you baked the goodies?" "I think," he murmurs, brushing his hand over mine to take the whisk, "that I remember exactly how your mouth tasted last night." My breath hitches. So much for playing it cool. "Here," I say, recovering quickly and nudging a spatula at him. "You can stir." He follows my lead with surprising ease. We move around each other, brushing shoulders, hips bumping as we reach for the same plate. It's domestic, intimate, dangerously real. He laughs when I flick a bit of butter on his forearm, retaliates by tickling my waist, and I yelp, trying to fend him off with a wooden spoon. "You're going to burn the eggs," I scold between laughs. "I'm very focused." He deadpans, eyes crinkling at the corners. The moment stretches. His hand settles on my waist again, not teasing this time, just resting. I don't pull away. He's standing behind me now, his body flush with mine, one arm curving around my middle as the other flips the toast. It's stupid how fast my heart races. A tiny voice behind us. "Are you hugging Mimi?" I jump. Gabriel's arm vanishes from around me like I'm a hot stove. Amelia stands in the doorway in her bunny pajamas, blinking sleepily, curls tousled and thumb halfway to her mouth. I was just helping," Gabriel says too quickly. Amelia's eyes narrow with the eerie perceptiveness only children have. "Are you and Mimi together?" she asks. He doesn't speak. I'm about to respond when she plows ahead, her voice wobbling. "Because Sylvia said you kiss like people who love each other, and people who love each other stay. I want someone to stay." My chest cracks wide open. "Sweetheart." I kneel in front of her, smoothing her curls back. "It doesn't matter what your daddy and I are, okay? What matters is you, and how we feel about you. You're the most important thing." She sniffs, eyes watery. "But I want a mommy like you. I don't want Evelyn. I want you. The dam breaks. Tears fill her eyes, spill over, and I gather her in my arms like I'm holding the most fragile thing in the world. Oh, baby, I whisper, kissing her forehead, brushing my thumb beneath her eye. Then I'm yours. If that's what you want, I'll be your mommy, always. She buries her face in my neck, sobbing softly. Thank you, Mommy. And just like that, a title I never expected feels more sacred than anything else I've ever been called. Over her shoulder, I glance up, and Gabriel is watching us. His eyes burn, glassy with something thick and raw, and wordless, something shattering. And when our eyes meet, it's like the whole world tilts on its axis. He doesn't say anything, but the look in his eyes, it's love.
Chapter 36, Gabriel. The morning sun cast a golden hue over the sprawling fields of our countryside retreat. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed grass and distant wildflowers. From the porch, I watched Amelia and Monique walking hand in hand toward the stables, their laughter ringing out like a melody that resonated deep within me. "Daddy!" Amelia's voice was bright with excitement as she waved me over. "Mimi says I can ride a pony today." Monique's eyes met mine, a playful challenge dancing within them. "Thought we'd start with something gentle," she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. I approached, feeling an unfamiliar lightness in my step. "Let's get you saddled up then," I said, lifting Amelia onto a sturdy Shetland pony named Buttercup. The pony stood patiently as Amelia settled into the saddle, her small hands gripping the reins with determination. Monique stood close, her hand resting on Buttercup's neck. "Remember what we talked about, Amelia? Sit tall, heels down, and look where you want to go." Amelia nodded, her face a mix of concentration and exhilaration. I led Buttercup forward, Monique walking beside us, her presence a comforting anchor. As Amelia grew more confident, I couldn't help but steal glances at Monique. Her enthusiasm, her unwavering support, it was infectious. After Amelia's successful ride, she dismounted with a triumphant grin. "Did you see me, Papa?" Mimi. "You were amazing," Monique praised, giving her a high five. "Absolutely," I agreed, ruffling Amelia's hair. "How about we take it up a notch? Monique should ride with Daddy, right?" Amelia nods enthusiastically. Monique arched an eyebrow. "Oh!" I gestured toward the larger horses. "Think you're ready for a ride with me?" Her eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Only if you promise not to let me fall." "Never," I vowed, offering my hand to help her mount a gentle mare named Willow. Once she was settled, I swung onto my own horse, Midnight, and guided us toward the open fields. Amelia waves at us, watching us ride while she's with the stable hand. The rhythmic sound of hooves against the earth was soothing, a steady beat that matched the cadence of my heart. Monique rode beside me, her posture tentative but graceful. I couldn't resist teasing her a bit. "You know," I began, a smirk tugging at my lips, "for someone so fearless, you seem a tad nervous." She shot me a playful glare. "I'm trusting you with my life here, Gabriel. And I take that responsibility very seriously," I assured her, nudging Midnight closer until our knees nearly touched. "Relax. Feel the movement of the horse beneath you. Let it guide you." She took a deep breath, her body visibly easing into the saddle. "Like this?" "Exactly," I said, my voice softer. "You're a natural." We rode in comfortable silence for a while, the landscape unfolding around us in a tapestry of greens and golds. The serenity of the moment wrapped around me, a stark contrast to the chaos that had once defined my life. As we approached the stables, I dismounted and moved to help Monique down. Her hands rested on my shoulders as she slid from the saddle, her body pressing briefly against mine. The contact sent a jolt through me, awakening emotions I'd long kept buried. "Gabriel," she began, her voice hesitant, "about what Amelia said earlier." I placed a finger under her chin, tilting her face up to meet my gaze. "Are you serious about being Amelia's mother?" Her eyes widened, and she can't look me in the eye. I meant that I care for her deeply. I want to be there for her. And for me." The words escaped before I could stop them, but I didn't regret them. Not this time. She blinked, searching my face. "Gabriel." I closed the distance between us, my arms encircling her waist, pulling her flush against me. "Being Amelia's mother comes with a package deal," I murmured, my lips hovering near her ear. "It's a buy one, get one free situation." A surprised laugh bubbled from her lips. "Is that so?" "Indeed," I whispered, brushing my lips against her temple. "And I come at no extra charge." Her hands rested on my chest, her touch igniting a fire that threatened to consume me. "Gabriel, I love you, Monique," I confessed, the weight of the words lifting a burden I hadn't realized I'd been carrying. "You came into my life and illuminated it in ways I never thought possible." A tear traced down her cheek, and I caught it with my thumb, my heart pounding in my chest. "I love you too," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Unable to resist, I captured her lips with mine, pouring every ounce of feeling into the kiss. She responded in kind, her arms wrapping around my neck, anchoring us together. A sudden burst of applause startled us apart. We turned to find Amelia standing nearby, her hands clapping, a radiant smile lighting up her face. "So," Amelia piped up, her eyes gleaming with mischief, "when do I get a little sister?" Monique buries her face in my chest. I chuckled, pressing a kiss to her hair before addressing Amelia. "Patience, sweetheart," I said, wrapping an arm around Monique's shoulders. "First things first, a wedding." Amelia's eyes widened with delight. "A wedding? Does that mean Mimi will be my mommy for real soon? Teacher said that you need to have a wedding to have a family." Monique lifted her head, her eyes meeting mine before turning to Amelia. "Yes, sweetheart, if that's what you want." Amelia launched herself into Monique's arms, hugging her tightly. "I've always wanted a mommy like you." Tears pricked my eyes as I watched them, my heart swelling with a profound sense of gratitude and love. I felt whole. Monique turns to me, mouthing, "Are you serious?" I nod at her, mouthing back, "As serious as the day Amelia came into the world."
Chapter 37. Monique. The sun slips through the linen curtains, painting golden streaks across the pinewood floors. I'm tangled in cotton sheets, barefoot and warm, my hair a mess from the pillow and last night's laughter. The bed's empty. Gabriel must have gotten up early again. But I can still feel his warmth on the pillow beside me. Outside, the farm hums to life. I find Amelia on the porch wrapped in a flannel blanket, hugging her knees and watching chickens peck at the grass like it's the most fascinating thing in the world. "Morning, sweet girl," I whisper as I settle beside her. She leans into my side without a word, the way she does now without hesitation. Her curls tickle my shoulder, and the comfort of it, it's indescribable. "I named that one Cookie," she says suddenly, pointing to a fluffy round hen. "Cookie the chicken," I nod solemnly. "Very regal." She grins and sighs, her tiny chest rising and falling like she's lived 1,000 lifetimes already. A shadow crosses the porch, and we both look up to see Gabriel in jeans and a navy thermal, 2 mugs in his hands, one for me. He sits on my other side and presses the warm ceramic into my palms. "You two planning on joining the rest of us peasants for breakfast?" I lift a brow. "We're on chicken watching duty." "Essential business," he nods, lips twitching. Breakfast is a mess of flour and giggles. Amelia insists on flipping pancakes, and Gabriel actually lets her, even if he hovers so closely she could trip and fall into his ribcage. I find myself reaching for the camera on the counter and snapping a picture as Amelia yells, "I did it," while flinging a half-cooked pancake into the sink. Gabriel just claps like it's a Michelin star moment. It's ridiculous. It's perfect. After breakfast, we head to the orchard behind the barn. Amelia's got a straw hat too big for her head and a woven basket for collecting apples. Gabriel watches her run ahead, and then his hand finds the small of my back. It stays there. "You're glowing," he murmurs. "It's the sun," I say, even as my cheeks flush. "No," he replies. "It's something else." We spend hours in the orchard, climbing ladders, stealing kisses behind trees, laughing at Amelia's dramatic gag when she bites into a sour apple. It feels surreal, like we slipped into someone else's life, someone's quiet golden dream. Day turns into another and then another. Time doesn't feel linear here. We teach Amelia how to fish. She catches a minnow and demands we name it. Gabriel suggests Hemingway, and I roll my eyes because of course he would. There's a small hill behind the barn that Amelia calls the tippy top, and every afternoon she insists we hike to the top and lay in the grass. One afternoon, she brings her crayons and paper. She draws the three of us holding hands. Gabriel sees it, doesn't say a word. But that night, when I catch him in the hallway, staring at the drawing taped to her bedroom wall, there's something in his eyes that makes my breath catch. Something hopeful. The third night, it rains. The kind of rain that drums on the roof and smells like the start of something new. Amelia wants to play card games, so we lay out on the living room floor with popcorn and cocoa, and she beats us both 3 times in a row. Gabriel accuses her of cheating. "Dad," she deadpans, "I'm almost 7. You're just bad at this." I laugh so hard I nearly spill my cocoa. When Amelia finally falls asleep, limbs sprawled like a tiny starfish in her flannel pajamas, I linger by her door, watching her chest rise and fall. Gabriel's behind me, arms folded across his chest. "She's different here," I whisper. "So am I." We end up on the porch again, just like that first morning. The stars are out, the air still thick from the rain. Gabriel pulls me between his legs, his arms wrapping around me like he's trying to memorize the shape of us. "You're quiet," I murmur. He brushes his lips against my neck. I'm thinking. Dangerous. His smile is against my skin. "I like the way she calls you Mommy." My heart skips. I do too. There's a long pause, and I can feel his pulse against my back, the steady beat of a man who's suddenly too still. "Monique." He turns me gently to face him, searching my eyes. "I hope this peace lasts a little longer," he says as he scoots closer to me. "Me too, Gabriel." I beam at him. Somehow I don't want the real world to encroach in our little paradise, and in what little time we have left here. We will need to go back to the real world and face our demons.
Chapter 38. Gabriel. "You've got mail," Geneva mutters dryly, tossing a stack of printed legal documents onto the outdoor table where I'm sipping lukewarm coffee. She just arrived to help me with some paperwork. "Coffee?" I ask her. She nods, replying, "I'll make myself at home." The sun's barely up, and the scent of rosemary and rain still clings to the air from last night's storm. I don't want to ruin this morning. Not yet. But the seal on the envelope says otherwise. I glance at Monique through the kitchen window. She's helping Amelia braid her hair, both of them barefoot, giggling over something I'll never understand, but want to be part of anyway. And then I open the damn envelope, a court notice. Again. Emergency motion filed by Evelyn Laurent. Requesting visitation. Demanding it, actually. She's pushing harder now, Geneva says, flipping through her iPad, her eyes scanning quickly. She gave 2 interviews yesterday. 1 morning show, 1 podcast. Claims you've cut her off from her child completely. Painted her as a grieving, rehabilitated mother desperate to make amends. I grit my teeth, and I'm the villain. To be fair, the public split. The gala helped. The zoo photos gave us a huge boost. But she's dragging Monique now. That gets my attention. I set the paper down. What did she say? Geneva hesitates. What did she say? She sighs and reads directly from her screen. It's not about jealousy, Evelyn said, but I find it deeply troubling that a woman with no formal psychological training, who was hired to teach finger painting, is now acting as Amelia's primary maternal figure. I stare at her. She's discrediting Monique. She's going after what works, Geneva says, and for once her voice softens. You love them. That makes them targets. I stand, chair scraping against the stone patio. I don't go back inside yet. I can't. Not with this storm brewing in my chest. I stare out at the rolling hills of the farm, the way fog is still hugging the trees. It should be peaceful. It should feel like a sanctuary, but all I can think about is how fast Evelyn's turning our peace into a war zone. Later that morning, while Monique and Amelia are out feeding the goats, I take a call in the study with my legal team. She's within her rights to file, Craig says, but the court won't respond well to sudden disruptions to the child's environment, especially if we continue demonstrating stability. And dragging Monique through the press? Doesn't hurt her case, he replies grimly, but it can hurt yours if Monique's role isn't clearly defined. She's Amelia's nanny, I say flatly, and my. They wait. My partner. Then we should make that official. It strengthens your household. The optics matter, Gabriel. I scrub my hands down my face. So we're not defending anymore. We're posturing. Welcome to family court, Craig replies. By lunch, the tension is thick enough to slice. Monique notices before I say a word. Her hand brushes mine when she reaches for a glass, and she pauses. Is it Evelyn? I nod. Tell me. I walk her into the study and shut the door behind us. She stands with her arms crossed, her hip perched on the desk like she's bracing herself. She's filed for emergency visitation, trying to paint you as unstable. Claims Amelia is being unduly influenced by you. She blinks. You mean loved? I don't answer. She exhales, jaw tightening. Let me guess. She wants to see Amelia. She's demanding it, and if I don't cooperate, she'll escalate it legally. Monique paces the room now. She's trying to rattle you. It's working. Her hand brushes her stomach, an anxious tic I've noticed when she's overwhelmed. And me? What now? Am I a liability? I cross the room in 2 strides. No, you are everything holding us together right now. She softens, just a little. But you're right, she murmurs. It's working. I hate that she gets to dictate this. She won't, I say. We'll navigate it carefully. But when I take her hand, I feel it tremble. And it makes me want to burn the world down. Evening sets in like a bruised sky. I try to enjoy dinner. I really do. Amelia's chatty again, finally, and Monique lights up with every small smile my daughter gives her. But I feel it hovering. The threat. The countdown. The question. How long do we get to live in this bubble before Evelyn forces our return? After dinner, I step out for air, phone in hand, only to hear a ping, a breaking news alert. It's Evelyn, again. She's standing on the courthouse steps, telling reporters how much she misses her daughter, that she's open to forgiveness, that she's heartbroken her child's being raised in a stranger's image. The video loops. I shut it off and nearly crush the phone in my palm. When I return to the living room, Monique's reading to Amelia, both curled on the couch. They look up at me. My chest aches. I walk over and kneel beside them. Amelia reaches for my hand without hesitation. Dad? Yeah, baby. Are we going home tomorrow? I swallow. Not yet. We're staying here for a little while. She nods. Okay, I like it here. She rests her head on Monique's shoulder. Monique's eyes find mine over Amelia's head. And I see it. Resolve, fury, love, all wrapped into one. Later, after Amelia's asleep and the world is quiet again, Monique comes into the study. No preamble. She crosses the room, stands between me and my desk. If she's going to come for me, she says, then let her. But I'm not leaving. I'm not backing down. I stare up at her, overwhelmed. I stand. My hands grip her waist like I'm anchoring myself. You know what this means, I say. She nods. I'll protect you both, I whisper. You already do. And when I pull her into my arms, the storm outside doesn't matter anymore. Only the woman in front of me, and the daughter sleeping down the hall.
Chapter 39. Monique. Sometimes love doesn't come wrapped in roses. Sometimes it comes dressed in armor. The courthouse smells like old paper and bleach. Cold marble under my heels. Harsh lights overhead. It's sterile, sanitized, like the truth doesn't stand a chance here. How I hate to be here. We should have been in the farm, riding the horses. But Evelyn just have to pull a card, and we have no choice but to come. Thank God, though, that Amelia doesn't have to be here. Gabriel stands beside me, dressed in a steel gray suit that hugs him like armor. One hand is in his pocket, but the other, the one not clenched, rests lightly at the small of my back. A silent message. I've got you. We walk in together. Past reporters, past cameras, past Evelyn in her impossibly high heels, and that smug little twist to her lips that makes my spine twitch. She's wearing white. White. The irony is so thick I could choke on it. When our eyes meet across the lobby, she smiles like we're at brunch, like she isn't actively trying to steal custody of her daughter and destroy me in the process. Oh, you look lovely, Monique. She purrs as we walk past. So brave of you to wear green. It's the color of envy, isn't it? I want to slap the lip gloss off her face, but I smile, tight and polished. I figured it paired well with the delusion. Gabriel coughs to cover his laugh, fingers pressing lightly at my back to guide me forward. Inside the courtroom, the judge takes the bench. The air stiffens. Lawyers speak in clipped legalese, throwing around words like unfit and influence and maternal rights. I sit straight, hands folded neatly on my lap, even though I want to scream. Evelyn's lawyer questions Gabriel's parenting. Her emotional testimony paints a picture of a mother reformed, a woman victimized by circumstance. She dabs fake tears with a designer handkerchief. It's performance art. I don't flinch. Neither does Gabriel, because we've already talked. We've already decided. We stand together. And when the hearing breaks for recess, she doesn't head toward her lawyer or the judge. She heads toward me. I feel Gabriel tense beside me, but I stand. I hope you're enjoying the charade, Evelyn whispers low, her eyes flicking to Gabriel's back as he speaks with Craig. You think he loves you? You're a warm body in a cold bed, sweetheart. That's all. Watch yourself, I say, voice low. She smiles sweetly. You're temporary. This whole fantasy? It's built on sand, and when it collapses, he'll sweep you out with the dust. My nails bite into my palm. You had your chance with him, and with Amelia. You burned it all to the ground. I gave him a child. I'm raising her. Her smile fades. I've held her when she cried for a mother who locked her in a closet. I've taught her how to speak again. I've watched her fall asleep, clutching Gabriel's tie because it smells like him. So don't you dare talk to me about what's real. She hisses. You'll regret this. I lean in, so close our foreheads nearly touch. Get in line. The car is silent for a few minutes after we pull away. The weight of the day settles like a stone in my chest. I want to scream into a pillow, cry, run, punch a wall, something. But I'm holding it in, because Gabriel looks just as wrecked. He finally exhales, loosening his tie. You didn't have to say all that. I know. But you did. I turn to him. Because it's the truth. His hand slips into his pocket. For a second, I think he's reaching for his phone. He isn't. He pulls out a ring box. I stare. He doesn't even open it yet. He looks at me like he's memorizing my face. I wanted to do this differently, quietly, somewhere soft. But life doesn't work that way, does it? I blink, heart racing. Gabriel, I love you. His voice doesn't waver. I do, and I was always going to ask you, eventually. But this mess has moved up the timeline. We don't have the luxury of slow. He flips open the box. The ring is breathtaking. Antique cut, elegant, the kind of ring with history in its bones. I want you to be mine. On paper, in court, in name, not just for Amelia, but for me. This ring will be the sign of my promise that I will always protect the family that we'll build. I try to find my breath. I want to be a better man, he says, and I want the world to know what you are to me. But if you say yes, it won't be because I'm desperate. It'll be because I'm damn lucky. Tears sting my eyes. You're serious? I've never been more. You don't have to. I want to. I've never wanted anything more. I laugh, half sobbing, nodding furiously. Yes. His shoulders fall with relief, and he takes my hand, slipping the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly. I have one condition, I say, breathless. Anything. You have to meet my family. His brows lift. Your parents? My sisters? My dad, my mom. They're going to have opinions, loud ones. He grins. I've faced boardrooms full of billionaires. I can handle your mom. You've never met Lucille. He laughs and leans in to kiss me, soft and reverent. Then it's time I did. Despite everything, the hearing, the threats, the chaos, I feel light. I feel chosen. I feel home.
Chapter 40. Gabriel. The drive to Monique's family home was filled with a mix of anticipation and nerves. Monique sat beside me, her fingers entwined with mine, offering silent reassurance. Amelia, nestled in the back seat, hummed softly to a tune only she seemed to know, her innocence a soothing balm to my anxious thoughts. As we approached the quaint suburban neighborhood, the houses exuded warmth and history. Monique's childhood home stood proudly among them, a charming two-story house with a wraparound porch adorned with hanging flower baskets. The front yard was a tapestry of vibrant blooms, a testament to the love and care poured into it. Before I could dwell further on my apprehensions, the front door swung open, revealing a petite woman with graying hair and a radiant smile. Lucille, Monique's mother, had the same sparkling eyes as her daughter. She descended the porch steps swiftly, enveloping Monique in a warm embrace. "Mom!" Monique murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Her mom, Lucille pulled back, her gaze shifting to me. Her eyes assessed me with a mix of curiosity and protectiveness. "You must be Gabriel," she said, extending her hand. Her grip was firm, her demeanor exuding a quiet strength. "Yes, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard great things about you," I replied, hoping my sincerity was evident. Amelia peeked out from behind me, her wide eyes taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Lucille's expression softened instantly. "And who is this little angel?" she cooed, crouching to Amelia's level. Amelia glanced up at me for reassurance before stepping forward. "I'm Amelia," she said shyly. Lucille's face lit up. "Well, Amelia, welcome to our home. We're so happy to have you here." As we entered the house, the aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped us. The living room was a blend of vintage charm and modern comfort, with family photos adorning the walls, capturing moments of joy and togetherness. The evening unfolded with the arrival of more family members. Monique's father, a robust man with a hearty laugh, greeted us with a mix of skepticism and warmth. Her siblings, a lively bunch, filled the room with banter and laughter. The initial formality melted away as stories were exchanged and shared memories were recounted. Amelia, initially reserved, found herself the center of attention. Lucille fussed over her, ensuring her plate was always full, while Monique's siblings engaged her in playful conversations. The transformation was heartening. Amelia's laughter echoed through the room, a sound so pure and unburdened. During dinner, as plates were passed and dishes exchanged, the conversation took a playful turn. Monique's sister, with a mischievous glint in her eye, disappeared momentarily, only to return with a photo album. "Remember these, Monique?" she teased, flipping open the pages to reveal snapshots of Monique in various stages of her youth, some endearing, others delightfully embarrassing. Monique groaned, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Really? We're doing this now?" I leaned in, intrigued. "Oh, this I have to see." One particular photo caught my eye. Monique, no older than 6, with a toothy grin, her face smeared with chocolate. "You were adorable," I commented, earning a playful nudge from Monique. The room buzzed with energy, the lines between past and present blurring as stories flowed seamlessly. Amelia nestled comfortably between Monique and Lucille, her eyes drooping as the day's excitement took its toll. Noticing her fatigue, Lucille rose. "Come on, sweetheart. Let's get you to the children's room. There's a cozy bed just for you." Amelia looked up at Monique, seeking permission. Monique brushed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Go ahead, darling. I'll come check on you soon." With a contented sigh, Amelia took Lucille's hand, leaving us in the intimate cocoon of the living room's dimmed lights. The absence of Amelia brought a serene quietude. Monique leaned into me, her head resting against my shoulder. "Tonight was perfect," she whispered. I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer. "Your family is wonderful. They've welcomed us with open arms." She tilted her head, her eyes meeting mine. "I was worried, but seeing Amelia so happy, so accepted, it means everything." I cupped her face, my thumb tracing gentle circles on her cheek. "You mean everything to me." Our lips met in a tender kiss, the culmination of unspoken promises and shared dreams. The warmth of the room, the distant hum of familial chatter, all faded as we lost ourselves in each other. Breaking the kiss, I rested my forehead against hers. "Tomorrow, we face whatever comes our way, but tonight, let's just be us." She nodded, a soft smile gracing her lips. Us. The weight of impending challenges loomed, but in that moment, surrounded by the love and acceptance of Monique's family, I felt an unshakable resolve. Together, we could weather any storm. Chapter 41. Gabriel. I am certain my daughter will be loved in Monique's family. They're warm. The morning after came, and we had to leave. "Bye-bye," Amelia says, which brings Lucille into her knees to hug her. "Oh, you're such a dear. See you again soon, darling. It's so nice to see my daughter, having a real family figure." The afternoon sun cast elongated shadows across my office as I sat behind my expansive mahogany desk, the weight of the ongoing custody battle pressing heavily on my shoulders. The rhythmic ticking of the antique clock on the wall was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. "Come in," I called out, straightening my posture. The door creaked open, revealing a woman whose presence immediately set me on edge. Evelyn's mother, Margaret, stepped in, her eyes darting around the room before settling on me. "Gabriel," she began, her voice a mix of feigned warmth and underlying tension. "We need to talk." I gestured to the chair opposite me. "Please, have a seat." Margaret hesitated for a moment before lowering herself into the chair, clutching her purse tightly on her lap. The lines on her face seemed deeper, her once meticulously styled hair now showing signs of neglect. "I'll get straight to the point," she said, leaning forward. "I have information about Evelyn, information that could be beneficial to you in the custody case." I raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident. "And why would you share this with me?" She sighed, her gaze dropping to her intertwined fingers. "Let's just say Evelyn and I aren't on the best of terms, and I'm in a bit of a financial bind. I'm willing to exchange this information for a sum, say, $500,000. The audacity of her request was staggering. "You're asking me to pay you for dirt on your own daughter?" Margaret's eyes met mine, desperation flickering within them. "This isn't just dirt. It's substantial. Proof of her addictions, gambling, alcohol, evidence of her infidelity during your marriage. Things that paint a clear picture of her unfitness as a mother." I leaned back, processing her words. If what she said was true, this could be the leverage needed to secure Amelia's safety. "Do you have this evidence with you?" I inquired. She nodded, reaching into her purse and producing a small USB drive. "It's all here. Videos, photos, documents." I took a deep breath, weighing the morality of the situation. $500,000 is a steep price. Margaret's lips pressed into a thin line. "It's a fair exchange for your daughter's well-being." After a prolonged silence, I nodded. "What a cold-blood brat you are. You talk about your granddaughter, but then again you have to be to raise a daughter like Evelyn. All right. You'll receive the money once I've verified the contents." Relief washed over her features as she handed me the USB. "Thank you, Gabriel. I hope this helps." She stood, her movements brisk, and left without another word. Once alone, I inserted the USB into my computer. Files upon files appeared on the screen, timestamps, images of Evelyn at casinos, bar receipts, and more damning evidence. One video showed her in a heated argument with an unknown man, clearly intoxicated. Another displayed her at a poker table, betting exorbitant amounts. A particular document caught my attention, a bank statement highlighting massive withdrawals aligning with her gambling sprees. Emails revealed clandestine meetings with other men during our marriage. Snow not just my best friend. I should have known. Evelyn's addictions had spiraled out of control, and her intentions regarding Amelia became painfully clear. She sought custody not out of maternal love, but as a financial lifeline. A mix of sorrow and anger churned within me. Sorrow for Amelia, who deserved a mother's genuine affection, and anger at Evelyn's blatant disregard for our daughter's well-being. I would have given her a chance, maybe visiting rights to be with Amelia if she was genuine. Amidst the turmoil, a glimmer of hope emerged. This evidence could be the key to ending the custody battle, ensuring Amelia remained in a stable environment. With Evelyn's influence removed, Monique, Amelia, and I could finally build our future without looming threats. Determined, I shut down the computer and grabbed my coat. The need to see Monique, to share this development, was overwhelming. As I drove home, the city lights blurred past, mirroring the whirlwind of emotions inside me. Pulling into the driveway, I noticed the house was unusually quiet. Upon entering, the absence of Monique's warm greeting was palpable. "Monique!" I called out, my voice echoing slightly. No response. Frowning, I checked the usual spots, the kitchen, the living room. Empty. Ascending the stairs, I peeked into Amelia's room. She lay asleep, her gentle breaths a soothing rhythm. Returning downstairs, I noticed a note on the dining table. "Gone to the store. Be back soon. Love, Monique." Relief washed over me. I settled onto the couch, anticipation building for her return. I can't wait to share this good news to her. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 42. Monique. The grocery store's fluorescent lights cast a sterile glow over the aisles as I navigated through, pushing a cart that held Amelia's favorite snacks: cheddar crackers shaped like fish, apple juice boxes adorned with cartoon characters, and a few of Gabriel's indulgences, like the dark chocolate-covered almonds he pretended not to love. Humming softly to myself, I reveled in the simple pleasure of selecting items that would bring smiles to the faces I cherished most. As I reached for a box of organic granola bars, a sudden, sharp voice sliced through the mundane sounds of the store. "You!" I turned, startled, to find Evelyn storming toward me, her eyes wild and hair disheveled. She looked nothing like the composed woman I had seen in court. Now she seemed unhinged, her fury palpable. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through me. Without warning, her hand flew across my face, the slap resonating through the aisle and drawing the attention of nearby shoppers. My cheek burned, but I refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing me falter. "How dare you?" she spat, her face contorted with rage. "How dare you seduce Gabriel and take my daughter away from me?" I stepped back, placing a protective hand over my abdomen as if to shield myself from her vitriol. "You're delusional," I shot back, my voice laced with incredulity. "You and Gabriel divorced years ago. You cheated on him, remember? And you neglected Amelia. How dare you come at me with these accusations?" Her eyes flickered downward, and I saw them widen as they locked onto the ring adorning my left hand. She visibly trembled, pointing a shaking finger at it. "That ring," she whispered, her voice a mix of awe and venom. "How can he give that to you? I've wanted that ring for years, since our marriage." Instinctively, I clasped my hand to my chest, feeling the weight of the heirloom against my skin. "This ring means nothing to you," I said, my tone firm. "It's a symbol of love and commitment, something you clearly never understood." Evelyn's face twisted further, her jealousy morphing into something darker. "That ring costs millions," she hissed. "It's a family heirloom. It should have been mine. His mother owned it." Before I could react, she lunged, her fingers clawing at my hand, trying to pry the ring from my finger. We grappled, our struggle knocking into the shelves lining the aisle. Bottles teetered precariously before cascading down upon us. I tried to step back to avoid the impending avalanche, but Evelyn's grip was relentless. Glass shattered around me, and a searing pain erupted in my head as a heavy bottle struck me. The world blurred, sounds muffled, and the last image I clung to before darkness enveloped me was Amelia's radiant smile and Gabriel's tender gaze. Consciousness ebbed and flowed like the tide, each wave bringing snippets of sound and light. I was vaguely aware of concerned murmurs, the distant wail of sirens, and the sensation of being lifted, cradled by strong arms. When I finally surfaced from the abyss, The sterile white ceiling of a hospital room greeted me. My head throbbed, a dull ache pulsing in time with my heartbeat. Turning my head slightly, I saw Gabriel seated beside me, his face etched with worry, his hand enveloping mine. "Monique," he breathed, relief washing over his features as our eyes met. "You're awake." I attempted a weak smile, my lips cracking painfully. "What happened?" His jaw tightened, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Evelyn attacked you at the store? You hit your head when the shelves collapsed? You've been unconscious for hours." Memories flooded back, the confrontation, the slap, the ring, the falling bottles. I winced, not just from the physical pain, but from the emotional turmoil. "Amelia?" I croaked, my throat parched. "She's safe," Gabriel assured me, brushing a stray lock of hair from my forehead, and he kisses my hand. "She's with your family. They're all worried about you." Tears welled in my eyes, both from the pain and the overwhelming love I felt for the people in my life. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Gabriel shook his head, his grip on my hand tightening. "You have nothing to apologize for. Evelyn's actions are inexcusable. But right now, all that matters is that you're okay." A nurse entered the room, her presence a gentle interruption. "Miss Montgomery, how are you feeling?" she asked, checking the monitors beside the bed. "I've been better," I admitted, my voice hoarse. She offered a sympathetic smile. "You have a mild concussion and some bruising, but with rest you'll make a full recovery." Gabriel stood, his protective instincts evident. "What about pressing charges against Evelyn?" The nurse's expression turned serious. "That's a matter for law enforcement, but given the circumstances, you have every right to pursue legal action." After she left, Gabriel turned back to me, his eyes searching mine. "I won't let her hurt you again," he vowed. I squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his presence. "We'll face this together." He leaned down, pressing a tender kiss to my forehead. "Always." As exhaustion pulled me back into sleep, I held on to that promise, letting it anchor me through the pain.
Chapter 43. Gabriel. The court won't always believe the truth. Sometimes it needs to feel it. The knock on my office door is sharp, purposeful. I just arrived from a client meeting outside. Geneva doesn't wait for a response before entering. "We just received word," she says. "Evelyn's lawyers have filed for an emergency custody hearing." I look up from my laptop, already knowing it isn't good. "On what grounds?" Geneva hesitates, then slides her tablet across the desk. A video plays, grainy, vertical phone footage from the grocery store. Monique, Evelyn, bottles crashing. Monique unconscious on the floor, the crowd gasping. But it's edited, cut before Evelyn lunges, cut before the slap. It paints Monique as the aggressor. "She's calling it a violent outburst," Geneva explains, voice tight, "claiming Monique is a danger to Amelia." A muscle in my jaw ticks. She's really pushing it now. "She's cornered," Geneva says. "Cornered people lash out." I sit back in my chair, trying to keep the fury from clouding my thinking. "We have the USB, the proof." "Yes," Geneva nods, "and the legal team submitted it this morning." "So why isn't this over?" She hesitates. "Geneva, the judge is hesitant to admit it outright," she says. "They want Amelia to speak. In a closed session with a court-appointed child therapist. Tomorrow morning." I stand up too fast, the chair groaning behind me. "No, absolutely not. She's been through enough." Geneva holds her ground. "Gabriel, listen to me. This might be the only way. She's just 6, a few months away until she turns 7. And she's smart, brave. She loves you. And she loves Monique." I look out the window, fists clenched at my sides. The skyline is a blur behind the surge of thoughts barreling through me. Amelia, her voice, her soft little hands, how long it took to get her to speak again. I can't risk that. But I also can't lose her. I need a minute, I mutter. She nods. She just arrived in the hospital. They should know. I leave without a word. The garden is soaked in sunlight when I get back at the hospital. I spot Sierre in her patient's attire, kneeling by the lavender bush, Amelia beside her, carefully poking the soil with her tiny fingers. They look so peaceful it nearly breaks me. I wait until Amelia skips off toward the water fountain before I speak. Monique, she turns, smiling until she sees my face. What is it? I gesture for her to follow me to the stone bench under the shade of the sycamore tree. There's something we need to talk about, I say, once we're seated. Her brow furrows. Tell me. Evelyn filed for emergency custody. She submitted that video from the grocery store. Edited. She exhales sharply, sitting back. Of course she did. And now, I continue, the judge is requesting Amelia to speak. A session with a therapist, just her. No lawyers, no court. Her eyes widen. Oh my God. I know. My throat tightens. I told Geneva no. I told her we wouldn't put Amelia through that again. Monique's hand finds mine. Her touch anchors me. But the truth is, I say softly, this might be the only way to show them what's really happening. Monique looks out toward the fountain. Do you think she's ready? I don't know, I admit. I don't want to find out at her expense. We're quiet for a long moment. Then Monique speaks, her voice trembling. I wish I could protect her from everything. You already do? She turns back to me, eyes glossy. But if she's the only one who can tell them, then maybe it's time to let her. My chest caves in. You think she can do it? Monique squeezes my hand. I think Amelia is stronger than any of us. I watch our joined hands, then lift her fingers to my lips. Then we'll tell her together, I say. We'll make sure she knows she's not alone. Monique nods, tears now spilling freely. She's going to be okay, I say. But I don't know if I'm reassuring her. Or myself. We look over to Amelia. She's twirling, arms out, carefree in her little dress. Monique leans into my shoulder, and for a minute I let myself believe it too. That tomorrow our little girl will walk into that room and show the court what we've always known. That her voice matters, and it's time they finally listen.
Chapter 44. Amelia. I told them I already have a mommy. The chair I'm sitting on is soft, but I keep squirming. My legs swing under me. I wish they could reach the floor so I could feel steady. I hug the teddy bear the nice lady gave me. His ears are floppy, and his fur is soft, like my blanket at home. Not my old home, not the one with the locked doors. My real home, with Daddy and Mimi. The lady Miss Thompson smiles gently. Hi, Amelia. It's nice to meet you. I don't say anything back at first. I press my lips together like I do when I'm afraid I'll cry. My chest feels tight. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to cry here. I'm scared. I need my mommy and daddy, but I'm a big girl now. Mommy said I need to talk to the nice lady, and Daddy said we'll get my favorite snacks after I'm done. You can talk about anything, Miss Thompson says. This is a safe place. Nothing you say will make anyone mad. I still don't speak. She leans back and picks up a box of crayons and a coloring book. She slides it over to me. You can color if you'd like. Or talk. Or both. I take a crayon. Green? I don't know why. I just like green today. It's the color of Mimi's dress the night of the party. She looked like a princess. My hand moves in slow lines, and then I hear myself whisper, She locked me in. Ms. Thompson looks up. She doesn't look shocked. She just nods, like she's listening to a story she's heard before. My old mommy, I say, voice small. She said I was bad. She said I ruined her life, so she put me in the closet. Sometimes all night. Daddy didn't know, though. He was busy and left me to my old mommy. The green crayon breaks in my hand. I stare at the piece that snaps off. My chest starts to hurt, and I blink fast. She didn't hug me, I say. She didn't kiss me goodnight. I was always scared. There's a quiet moment. Miss Thompson's eyes are soft. That must have been really hard, Amelia. I nod. But you're not there anymore, are you? I shake my head. Now I have Daddy. And Mimi. Mimi? Monique, I say. But I call her Mimi. She makes pancakes with
Chapter 45. Monique. The courtroom is a vacuum of sound, the air thick with anticipation. Every creak of the wooden benches, every rustle of paper seems amplified in the oppressive silence. I sit beside Gabriel, our hands entwined, a lifeline tethering us to hope. Across the aisle, Evelyn perches stiffly, her face a mask of forced composure, but the slight tremor in her hands betrays her nerves. The judge clears his throat, shuffling a stack of papers, before addressing the court. Before we proceed to the verdict, the defense has called for additional testimony challenging Miss Monique Montgomery's character. A murmur ripples through the spectators. I stiffen, my pulse quickening. What now? Evelyn's lead attorney rises, buttoning his suit jacket with deliberate precision. Your Honor, we contend that Miss Montgomery has unduly influenced the child, Amelia, and exhibits behavior unbecoming of a guardian. We request permission to present evidence supporting this claim. Gabriel's grip on my hand tightens, a silent vow of solidarity. The judge nods, granting the request. The attorney gestures toward the back of the courtroom. The doors swing open, and to my astonishment, Jenny, Amelia's therapist, steps forward. Her eyes meet mine, offering a reassuring glint before she takes the stand. Miss Caldwell, the attorney begins. As Amelia's therapist, have you observed any coercive behavior from Miss Montgomery toward the child? Jenny's expression remains composed. Quite the opposite. Since Miss Montgomery entered Amelia's life, I've observed significant positive changes in her demeanor. Amelia has become more communicative and exhibits a sense of security that was previously absent. The attorney's brow furrows. But isn't it possible that these changes are a result of manipulation? Jenny's gaze hardens. Amelia's progress is consistent with genuine emotional support, not manipulation. She speaks of Miss Montgomery with affection and trust. A flicker of frustration crosses the attorney's face. He pivots. No further questions. Gabriel's attorney stands. Miss Caldwell, in your professional opinion, is Miss Montgomery a suitable guardian for Amelia? Absolutely, Jenny affirms. She provides a nurturing environment essential for Amelia's well-being. As Jenny steps down, a whisper of hope unfurls within me. But the defense isn't finished. We call Mrs. Hale to the stand. Mrs. Hale, Amelia's tutore, strides forward, her posture exuding authority. Once sworn in, the questioning resumes. Mrs. Hale, have you noticed any changes in Amelia's behavior correlating with Miss Montgomery's involvement? Mrs. Hale nods. Amelia has blossomed, she's engaged, happier, and shows enthusiasm in class activities. Miss Montgomery's influence has been undeniably positive. The defense's strategy is unraveling, and Evelyn knows it. Her nails dig into the armrest, knuckles white. The attorney attempts to salvage ground. But isn't it true that Miss Montgomery was involved in a physical altercation at a local grocery store? Mrs. Hale's eyes narrow. I've seen the unedited footage. Miss Montgomery was the victim, not the aggressor. A collective intake of breath sweeps through the courtroom. The attorney's shoulders sag as he mutters, "No further questions." Gabriel's attorney rises with a calm confidence. Mrs. Hale, would you entrust Amelia's care to Miss Montgomery? Without hesitation, she replies firmly. The judge leans forward, his gaze sweeping over the courtroom. Is there any additional evidence to present? Gabriel stands, his presence commanding. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to submit video evidence that provides clarity on the grocery store incident. The judge nods. Proceed. A screen is set up, and the unedited footage plays. The courtroom watches as Evelyn's unprovoked aggression unfolds, the clarity of the evidence undeniable. Murmurs escalate into gasps. Evelyn's facade crumbles as the truth illuminates her deceit. The judge's gavel strikes, restoring order. He exhales, the weight of the decision evident in his eyes. After careful consideration of the evidence and testimonies, it is the court's decision to grant full custody of Amelia to Mr. Gabriel Laurent. Miss Evelyn Carter's visitation rights are hereby revoked indefinitely. The words resonate, a seismic shift in our lives. Evelyn's chair scrapes back violently as she stands, her face contorted with rage. "This isn't over," she shrieks, lunging forward. Bailiffs intercept, restraining her as she thrashes, her screams echoing off the chamber walls. Amelia, seated a few rows back, bolts from her seat, weaving through the crowd. She collides into me, her arms wrapping around my waist, her body trembling. "You're my mommy," she whispers, her voice muffled against my dress. Tears spill freely down my cheeks as I cradle her, the depth of her words anchoring into my soul. Gabriel envelops us both, his embrace a fortress against the storm that was. Reporters swarm as we exit the courthouse, cameras flashing, questions firing. Gabriel hoists Amelia onto his shoulders, her laughter ringing out, a melody of newfound freedom. A reporter thrusts a microphone forward. "Mr. Laurent, any comments on today's verdict?" Gabriel's eyes find mine, a smile tugging at his lips. He takes the microphone, his voice resonant and clear. "I'm elated with the court's decision. Amelia's well-being has always been my priority. I'm also honored to announce that Monique and I are engaged to be married." Gasps ripple through the press. Another question is hurled. "Miss Montgomery, how do you feel about becoming Mrs. Laurent?" I glance at Gabriel, the man who have my heart, and at Amelia, the child who fills me up with happiness. "Overjoyed," I reply, my voice steady. "Our journey hasn't been conventional, but it's ours, and I wouldn't trade it for anything." Gabriel's hand finds mine, fingers intertwining. Together, we navigate through the throng, stepping into the awaiting car. As the doors close, sealing us in a cocoon of privacy, Amelia nestles between us, her eyes fluttering shut. Gabriel presses a kiss to my temple. We've come so far. I lean into him, our foreheads touching. And we have forever to go. The car pulls away, the cityscape blurring past. But within this vehicle, within this family, everything is in sharp focus. Love, resilience, and the promise of tomorrow.
Chapter 46. Gabriel. After ensuring Amelia is peacefully asleep, her favorite stuffed bunny tucked under her arm, I quietly close her bedroom door. The house is enveloped in a serene calm, the kind that follows a day filled with emotional highs and lows. Tonight, however, is meant for celebration. Descending the grand staircase, I find Monique in the living room, her silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of the fireplace. She gazes out the window, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over her delicate features. In her casual attire, barefoot, wearing one of my shirts that drapes over her frame, she looks effortlessly beautiful. "Care to join me for a drink in the garden?" I ask, holding up a bottle of vintage red wine I've been saving for a special occasion. She turns, a smile lighting up her face. "I'd love that." We make our way to the garden, the night air crisp but not cold. The expansive lawn stretches out before us, bordered by meticulously trimmed hedges and blooming flowers that release a subtle fragrance into the night. The full moon hangs low in the sky, casting a gentle glow over everything. I pour us each a glass of wine. the deep red liquid catching the moonlight. We clink glasses, the soft chime echoing in the stillness. "To us," I murmur, looking into her eyes. "To our family," she replies, her voice filled with emotion. We sip our wine in comfortable silence, the weight of the past weeks slowly lifting off our shoulders. After a while, a soft melody begins to play from hidden speakers. Monique looks at me, surprise and delight dancing in her eyes. "May I have this dance?" I extend my hand, bowing slightly in jest. She laughs, a sound that never fails to warm my heart, and places her hand in mine. I lead her to the center of the garden, the grass cool beneath our feet. We move together, swaying gently to the music, our bodies pressed close. As the song progresses, I feel the tension of the past weeks melt away. Holding Monique in my arms under the vast expanse of the night sky, everything feels right. Suddenly, the sky above us begins to light up. Monique pulls back slightly, looking up in wonder as drones ascend, their lights forming intricate patterns against the dark canvas of the night. They dance and twirl, creating shapes and symbols that tell our story. "Gabriel, what's happening?" she whispers, her eyes wide with amazement. I smile, my heart pounding in my chest. "Just watch." The drones shift, forming a giant heart, and then, slowly the words appear. "Will you marry me?" Monique gasps, her hands flying to her mouth. Tears well up in her eyes as she turns to face me. I kneel this time, as if praying to a goddess for her to grace me with her presence. It's what I truly feel. I'm in front of the most beautiful, kindest, and sweetest woman to ever walk on earth. "Monique," I begin, my voice thick with emotion as I gaze lovingly at her. "You've brought light into my life, into Amelia's life, in ways I never thought possible. You've shown me love, patience, and a future I never dared to dream of. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" She kneels down in front of me, her hands cupping my face. "Gabriel, you didn't have to ask again," she whispers, tears streaming down her cheeks. "But I'm so glad you did. Yes, 1,000 times yes." I slip the ring onto her finger, a perfect fit. We embrace, our lips meeting in a kiss filled with promise and passion. The drones above us continue their dance, the lights reflecting the joy in our hearts. As we pull apart, Monique looks up at the sky, then back at me. "You planned all this?" I chuckle, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I had some help from Geneva. I wanted to give you a moment as unforgettable as you are." She leans into me, resting her head on my shoulder. "It's perfect. You're perfect." We stay there, wrapped in each other's arms as the drones slowly descend, their lights dimming. The garden is once again bathed in the soft glow of the moon, bearing witness to the love that has blossomed beneath its light.
Chapter 47. Monique. The air still smells like fireflies and jasmine. We've just come inside, our fingers still laced from the garden. His jacket draped over my shoulders. My heart's thudding like it hasn't figured out how to settle since he dropped to one knee with a ring in his palm and stars above us. Not because it was a surprise. We've been heading here for a while. But because for once, everything around us disappeared. And it felt like the world finally leaned in our direction. He shuts the door behind us quietly, careful not to make a sound. Amelia's asleep upstairs, curled under her favorite yellow blanket with the unicorn print. Her cheeks still flushed from excitement after all the courtroom chaos turned victory, and now we're here, alone. I turned toward him, breath caught somewhere in my throat. Gabriel is still in that white button-down, sleeves rolled to his forearms, the fabric slightly wrinkled from our dance. There's something achingly human about him right now. Less billionaire, less CEO. Just a man who's finally letting himself want something. Me. "I meant it," he says quietly. I blink. The drone show? He gives me a crooked smile, stepping closer. That too. But I meant what I said. I didn't want to ask again because of the court or Evelyn. I wanted to ask you because I'm yours, and I want to spend the rest of my life proving that. His hands are on my waist before I can say anything. Drawing me in gently, my fingers find his collar and cling. You already do, I whisper. The moment stretches. Quiet, slow, thick with everything unspoken. I lean in and press my lips to his. There's no urgency in it, no desperation, just warmth, familiarity, a kiss that says home. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 48, Gabriel. The morning sun filters through the curtains, casting a warm glow across our bedroom. Monique stirs beside me, her hair a cascade of chestnut waves against the pillow. I watch her for a moment, marveling at the serenity on her face. The past weeks have been a whirlwind, court battles, emotional revelations, and the joyous affirmation of our family's bond. Slipping out of bed, I pad softly to the kitchen to start the coffee. The aroma soon fills the air, a comforting prelude to the day ahead. As I pour 2 mugs, I hear the soft patter of Amelia's footsteps. "Daddy," she exclaims, her eyes bright with morning excitement. "Good morning, sunshine," I reply, scooping her up into a hug. "Did you sleep well?" She nods enthusiastically. "Can we go swimming today?" "That's the plan," I say, setting her down. "But first, let's surprise Mommy with some coffee." Together, we tiptoe back to the bedroom. Monique is sitting up now, stretching languidly. Her face lights up when she sees us. "Good morning, my loves," she says, accepting the mug with a grateful smile. "Morning, Mommy," Amelia chirps, climbing onto the bed to snuggle between us. We sit there for a while, wrapped in the simple joy of togetherness. The storm we've weathered has made these moments all the more precious. After breakfast, Monique takes Amelia to get ready for our swim. I linger in the living room, scrolling through the news article Geneva sent. The headline sends a chill of worry down my spine. Local woman arrested in gambling scam. Evelyn Carter accused of fraud and embezzlement. My heart sinks. Despite everything, I never wished for this. Evelyn's choices have led her down a dark path, and now the consequences are unfolding publicly. I quickly turn off my phone, not wanting Amelia to see, but it also makes me happy. She's out of our hair, probably for years. Monique returns, holding Amelia's hand. She notices the tension in my posture immediately. "Gabriel, what's wrong?" I glance at Amelia, her innocent eyes looking up at me with trust. For her sake, I force a smile. "Nothing we need to worry about right now," I say, ruffling Amelia's hair. "Why don't you go grab your floaties, sweetheart? We'll be right out." Amelia dashes off, her laughter echoing down the hallway. Monique steps closer, concern etched on her face. "Gabriel, tell me." I sigh, gesturing to the now blank mobile. "It's Evelyn. She's been arrested for fraud related to her gambling debts." Monique's eyes widen. "Oh, Gabriel. That woman is crazy, but I didn't wish for this to be so public. Amelia might find out." "I didn't want Amelia to see," I say, running a hand through my hair. She doesn't need to know about this. You're right, Monique agrees, placing a comforting hand on my arm. Let's focus on today, on our family. I nod, grateful for her steady presence. Thank you. We join Amelia outside, the sun warming our skin as we approach the pool. Monique's family is already there. Her parents, her sister Lily, and her husband Mike with the kids. They just arrived. They've been a pillar of support, embracing Amelia and me as their own. Uncle Mark, Aunt Lily. Amelia calls out, running to them with open arms. There's our favorite niece, Mark exclaims, lifting her into the air. Ready to make a splash? Amelia giggles. Yes. The next few hours are filled with laughter and play. Amelia's joy is infectious as she shows off her swimming skills, encouraged by cheers from all of us. Look at her go, Monique's mother, Helen, remarks, her eyes twinkling. She's a natural. Just like her mom, I say, wrapping an arm around Monique's waist. Monique leans into me, her smile radiant. This is perfect, she whispers. As the afternoon sun begins to wane, we gather around the patio table for a late lunch. The aroma of grilled vegetables and freshly baked bread fills the air. To family, Monique's father Robert says, raising his glass. To family, we echo, clinking glasses. Amelia, her cheeks flushed from the sun, looks around the table with a contented sigh. I love you all, she declares. And we love you, Monique responds, her voice thick with emotion. In this moment, surrounded by love and laughter, the shadows of the past seem distant. We've faced trials that could have torn us apart, but instead, they've strengthened our bond. Later, as the stars begin to dot the evening sky, Monique and I sit by the pool, watching Amelia chase fireflies with Mark and Lily. She's happy, Monique says, resting her head on my shoulder. She is, I agree, pressing a kiss to her hair. We all are. Monique turns to look at me, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the patio lights. Thank you, Gabriel, for everything. I take her hand, intertwining our fingers. No, Monique. Thank you. You've brought light into our lives in ways I never imagined. We sit in comfortable silence, the sounds of Amelia's laughter and the chirping of crickets creating a soothing symphony. The future is uncertain, as it always is, but with Monique and Amelia by my side, I feel ready to face whatever comes our way. As the night deepens, we gather Amelia, now drowsy from the day's excitement, and head inside. After tucking her into bed, Monique and I retire to our room. Today was wonderful, Monique murmurs as we settle under the covers. It was, I agree, pulling her close. And there's so much more to look forward to. She smiles, her eyes drifting shut. I can't wait.
Chapter 49. Monique. 3 months have passed since Gabriel's heartfelt proposal beneath the starlit sky. Today, our farm stands transformed into a vision of rustic elegance, ready to host the most significant day of our lives. The air is rich with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of nature provides a serene symphony as the sun begins its graceful descent. Dressed in a gown that mirrors the simplicity and beauty of our surroundings, I stand before a full-length mirror in the farmhouse's cozy bridal suite. The delicate lace cascades down, reminiscent of the intricate patterns of the leaves outside. My heart flutters with anticipation and joy. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. The door creaks open, revealing Amelia in her flower girl attire. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she twirls, causing the soft fabric of her dress to swirl around her. "Mommy, do I look like a princess?" she asks, her voice filled with innocence and delight. I kneel, bringing us eye to eye, and tuck a stray curl behind her ear. "You are the most beautiful princess I've ever seen," I whisper, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. Her grin widens, and she clasps my hands. "Daddy says it's time." Taking a deep breath to steady my emotions, I nod. Let's not keep him waiting. Hand in hand, we make our way to the ancient oak tree that has stood as a silent witness to countless seasons. Today it stands adorned with delicate fairy lights and flowing drapery, its sturdy branches forming a natural canopy. Beneath its expansive boughs, rows of wooden benches are filled with our closest family and friends, their faces glowing with warmth and happiness. As the first notes of our chosen melody float through the air, Amelia releases my hand and takes her place at the start of the aisle. With a basket of petals in hand, she begins her procession, scattering vibrant blooms along the path. Each step she takes is deliberate, her expression one of concentration and pride. Then it's my turn. Linking my arm with my father's, we step onto the petal-strewn aisle. The world seems to blur, save for the figure standing at the altar, Gabriel. His eyes lock onto mine, a mixture of awe and deep affection evident in their depths. Dressed in a tailored suit that complements the rustic setting, he exudes a presence that is both commanding and tender. With each step closer, memories of our journey flood my mind, the challenges we faced, the love that blossomed unexpectedly, and the family we've become. By the time I reach him, tears threaten to spill over, but the sheer joy of the moment keeps them at bay. The officiant begins, his words weaving a narrative of love, commitment, and unity. Gabriel's hands envelop mine, his touch grounding me, reminding me of the strength we draw from each other. Monique, Gabriel begins, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. From the moment you entered our lives, you've brought light, love, and a sense of home I never knew was possible. Today, I vow to stand by your side, to cherish every moment, and to build a future filled with laughter and love. A tear escapes, tracing a path down my cheek. I squeeze his hands, drawing strength from his words. Gabriel, I respond, my voice trembling slightly. You've shown me a love that is patient, kind, and unwavering. Together we've faced storms and basked in sunshine. I promise to be your partner, your confidant, and to love you endlessly. The exchange of rings feels symbolic of the circles we've come full, the unending nature of our commitment. As Gabriel slides the band onto my finger, its cool metal warms against my skin, a tangible reminder of this moment. You may now kiss your bride, the officiant announces with a smile. Gabriel steps closer, his hands framing my face with a tenderness that makes my heart race. As our lips meet, the world fades away, leaving just the two of us in a bubble of euphoria. Applause erupts around us, but it's the whispered "I love you" against my lips that anchors me. The celebration transitions seamlessly to the barn, its rustic charm enhanced by strings of twinkling lights and tables adorned with wildflower centerpieces. The aroma of hearty farm-to-table dishes fills the air, mingling with the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses. Amelia, now free from her flower girl duties, dances with unrestrained joy, her giggles infectious. Family and friends join in. The dance floor a tapestry of moving figures, all celebrating love and unity. As the evening deepens, Gabriel pulls me aside, leading me to a secluded spot just beyond the barn. The night sky stretches endlessly above us, stars twinkling like distant candles. I have one more surprise, he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. Before I can respond, the sky illuminates with a mesmerizing display. Drones, synchronized in a ballet of light, paint stories of our journey, two figures meeting, a child joining them, and finally, a depiction of a family united under an oak tree. The spectacle leaves me breathless, tears streaming freely now. Turning to Gabriel, I find his gaze fixed on me, vulnerability and love etched into his features. Every moment with you feels like magic, he whispers, drawing me into his embrace. Nestled against his chest, the rhythmic beat of his heart beneath my ear, I know, with unwavering certainty, that this is where I belong. In his arms, with our daughter nearby, surrounded by the love of family and friends. As the final drone returns to the ground, leaving the sky to the stars once more, Gabriel tilts my chin up, capturing my lips in a kiss that speaks of promises kept and a future yet to unfold. "I love you," I say, almost breathless. "I love you too, my wife," he whispers, embracing me. I bury myself in his chest. Now, this is the future I'm looking forward to. My present and future. Chapter 50. Monique. The farmhouse is quiet now, save for the occasional distant laughter, echoing from the backyard where our guests still linger. The sky is painted in strokes of deep navy, the stars peeking shyly through wisps of cloud. Somewhere nearby, crickets sing, and fireflies blink like fairy lights across the tall grass. My heels dangle from my fingers as I climb the wooden stairs. My dress, elegant and soft against my skin, swishes gently with each step. I pause outside the bedroom door, my heartbeat fluttering like it has its own set of wings. He opens the door before I can knock. Gabriel stands there, barefoot, in a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a few buttons undone. His hair is a little messy, like he's run his hands through it a few too many times. His eyes are impossibly soft, a tenderness I've only seen in slivers, when he watches Amelia sleep, when he thinks no one's looking. Now he's not hiding. "Hey," he says quietly. "Hey," I whisper back. He reaches for me, brushing my cheek with his fingers, and I lean into the touch like I'm weightless. "You're still glowing," he murmurs, "like the moon's trying to catch up with you." I laugh softly, nerves trembling in my chest. "That's a cheesy line, Mr. Laurent. I'm a married man now. I'm allowed." His hand slips down to mine, fingers intertwining. He draws me into the room. Candlelight flickers from the nightstand, throwing golden shadows on the walls. There are petals scattered across the bed, white, soft blush, like a painting come to life. I stop beside the bed, suddenly breathless. "I can't believe we're here," I say. He turns to me, fingers lifting the edge of my veil. I can. I've been counting the days. The veil slips from my hair, pooling onto the floor forgotten. Gabriel closes the distance between us with slow, deliberate steps. His hands rise to cup my face, and when he kisses me, it's nothing like our first kiss, or our second. It's reverent, deep, like the promise we made under the arch didn't stop at the vows. It lives in this touch. His lips trail down my jaw, to the hollow of my throat, where my breath catches, where his name wants to escape in a gasp. "Gabriel," I whisper. He rests his forehead against mine, his breath warm and uneven against my lips. "We don't have to rush," he murmurs, voice roughened with emotion. His hands cradle my face, thumbs brushing the high curves of my cheeks, as if memorizing them. "We've waited so long. I want to savor this." I nod, my fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt, clinging like I'm afraid he'll vanish if I let go. "Stay close." A low sound escapes him, something between a sigh and a surrender, and then he does. His body presses against mine, every hard plane and heated inch aligning, as if we were made to fit just like this. His lips find the delicate skin beneath my ear, lingering there, breathing me in. It's like a dance neither of us rehearsed, yet somehow we both know the steps. His hands move over me with unhurried reverence, peeling away layers as if unwrapping something fragile, something sacred. The dress slips from my shoulders, pooling at my feet in a whisper of silk. I reach for him in return, fingers working the buttons of his shirt with deliberate slowness, revealing the man beneath the billionaire armor, the scars, the strength, the quiet vulnerability he's only ever shown me. When he lays me down, it's not with frantic hunger. It's slow, intentional. He settles over me, warm and solid, an anchor in the storm we've weathered to get here. His mouth finds mine in a kiss that feels like a lullaby, sweet and deep and endless. His touch is a vow all over again, tracing the curves of my body like he's relearning a language he never forgot. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 51. Epilogue, Gabriel. The sun dips below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over our backyard. The air buzzes with laughter and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. Today marks Angelo and Raphael's 4th birthday, and our home brims with the joyful chaos only a family celebration could bring. Balloons in shades of blue and green sway gently in the evening breeze, tied to the backs of chairs and the branches of the old oak tree standing sentinel in our yard. Long tables draped in white linen stretch across the lawn, adorned with centerpieces of sunflowers and baby's breath, Monique's favorite. The twins insisted on a superhero theme, so miniature capes and masks scatter about, ready for any guest eager to join in the fantasy. Amelia, now 11, has taken on the role of event coordinator with the seriousness only a preteen could muster. She darts between guests, ensuring everyone gets a slice of the towering chocolate cake that bears the emblem of the twins' favorite superhero. "Mom, Dad!" Angelo's voice rings out as he tugs at Monique's dress. "Uncle Mike is trying to steal my cape." Monique crouches to his level, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Is he now? Well, we'll just have to challenge him to a duel, won't we?" Raphael, not one to be left out, brandishes a foam sword. "I'll protect you, Mama." I watch as Monique engages in a mock battle with our boys, her laughter melding with theirs, creating a melody that resonates deep within me. This is our symphony, the harmonious blend of love, laughter, and the occasional chaos. As the evening wears on and the younger guests begin to leave, the energy mellows into a comfortable lull. The twins, exhausted from their adventures, are tucked into bed, their superhero masks resting on their nightstands. Amelia kisses them both on the forehead before retreating to her room, leaving Monique and me alone in the dimly lit living room. She nestles into the crook of my arm, her head resting against my chest. The rhythmic rise and fall of her breath matches the cadence of my heartbeat. "Today was perfect," she murmurs, tracing lazy circles on my forearm. "Every day with you is perfect," I reply, pressing a kiss to her temple. She tilts her head up, her eyes searching mine. There's a flicker of something. Anticipation? Nervousness? "Gabriel," she begins, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's something I want to tell you." I sit up slightly, concern etching lines on my forehead. "What is it, love?" She reaches into the pocket of her dress and pulls out a small white envelope. Handing it to me, she bites her lower lip, a telltale sign of her anxiety. I open it carefully, revealing a single ultrasound photo. My eyes widen as realization dawns. "Is this—" I can't finish the sentence, my voice catching in my throat. She nods, tears pooling in her eyes. "We're having another baby." A surge of emotions crashes over me. Joy, disbelief, overwhelming love. I cup her face in my hands, brushing away a stray tear with my thumb. "Another baby," I echo, a grin spreading across my face. "Monique, this is incredible." She lets out a soft laugh, the sound like wind chimes in the breeze. "I wanted to surprise you tonight. I found out a few days ago and couldn't wait to share the news. I pull her into a tight embrace, holding her as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, which, to me, she is. Life with you, I whisper into her hair, is more than I ever dreamed possible. She pulls back slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. Gabriel, are you happy? Happy doesn't begin to cover it, I reply, my voice thick with emotion. With you, with our children, and now with another on the way, my heart is full. I never imagined I'd ever have a complete, happy family, but she gave it to me. As I hold Monique close, the quiet hum of the night wraps around us like a promise. The faint sound of the twins' steady breathing drifts from their room, and Amelia's soft giggles float through her cracked door, proof of the life we've built together. Monique fulfills me in ways no one ever could, and in this moment, I feel something deeper than gratitude. It's reverence for the love that found me when I least expected it, for the family that grew from it, and for the future still unfolding before us. I press another kiss to her lips, slow and sure, sealing this moment into memory. This is where I was always meant to be, not just in a house, not just in a life, but here, with her, in this love that feels infinite. And as the stars blink awake above us, I thank God, not just for giving her to me, but for every imperfect, beautiful second of the journey that led me home.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.